The cruelest betrayal doesn't come from an enemy pointing a gun at you, but from someone who swore to give you freedom. In the underworld, freedom is sometimes just an illusion. Adrian, in the name of love, tries to rescue Elena from the quagmire of the Mafia, but in reality, he is merely a pawn in the bloody power struggle of the Romano family. In this story, we not only witness the collapse of toxic masculinity disguised as a hero, but also the rise of a woman who refuses to be a victim, single-handedly restructuring and unifying the entire underworld.
Case file, Elena Varley. The subject exhibits a classic flight response from a high-stress, pathologically enmeshed familial unit. The precipitating event is an engagement party, a ritual designed to solidify her role as a commodity. The paradox here is crucial. She is not escaping an external enemy, but the internal power structure she has been conditioned to accept. Her fixation on the family heir, Lucian, presents as a severe case of trauma bonding, a pathological attachment to a figure of authority who is both protector and tormentor. The impending confrontation in the elevator is the critical juncture, a moment that will determine a regression into the dysfunctional dynamic or a desperate and likely futile bid for autonomy. Somatic indicators of acute anxiety are present. A tremor in the subject's hand, masked by a veneer of social compliance. The environment itself, a ballroom populated by figures from a criminal subculture, is the ecosystem in which this pathology thrives. The subject's smile is a dissociative mask concealing significant internal distress. An external actor, Adrian Cole, attempts to engage. His commentary, "Like you were made for this," reveals a fundamental misinterpretation of her condition. He represents a normative worldview, handsome but clinically uninteresting to a subject conditioned by high-stakes emotional trauma. Her assessment of him 6 months prior as a potential source of understanding was, predictably, a profound miscalculation. Verbal exchange initiated. Subject employs avoidance tactics. "I've been busy," Adrian persists, his approach demonstrating a lack of understanding of the subject's psychological boundaries. "We need to talk about us, Elena." Her response is a clear severing of the connection. There is no us, Adrian. He misattributes this boundary setting to fear, a common projection from those outside a closed pathological system. "You made it clear you were scared." He attempts physical contact. She recoils. This is a classic startle response. His diagnostic assessment of her situation is flawed. He perceives the gilded cage as the source of her distress. A simplistic reading. He offers himself as a rescuer, triggering frustration in the subject. The true source of her terror is not the cage, but the keeper. Across the room stands the object of her pathological attachment, Lucian, surrounded by his enforcers. He is the simultaneous source of her fear and her perceived safety, a textbook manifestation of what we identify as Stockholm Syndrome. Lucian Varelli, cousin, heir, the dominant figure in her psychological landscape for the past 5 years. His physical presence is described in terms of power and latent violence, a figure who commands absolute control. The subject's unrequited 5-year obsession is a study in long-term psychological conditioning. His perceived indifference, treating her as a duty, reinforces the power imbalance and paradoxically deepens the trauma bond. Adrian's voice penetrates her dissociative state. Her final rejection of him, "We are done," is an attempt to eliminate external variables and focus on the primary source of her conflict. Is there someone else? The question functions as a direct probe into the subject's core pathology. She responds with textbook deception, a neutral facial expression, and direct verbal denial. This is a protective measure for her deeply ingrained fixation. Adriana's demeanor shifts, his perception sharpened by rejection. The mask of civility recedes, revealing a more confrontational core. "You're lying," he states, escalating the psychological pressure. I know when you're hiding something. Lucian's physical intervention is telling. The placement of his hand on her back is not a gesture of support but of ownership. The subject's physiological response, an immediate precognitive recognition of his touch, highlights the depth of her conditioning. Lucian's verbal challenge to Adrian is a territorial display, not a protective act. Adriana's posture shifts to one of deference, acknowledging the established hierarchy. A cognitive shift occurs in Adrian. He connects the subject's behavior to the dominant male figure. His jaw clenches. The pieces are falling into place. Adrian introduces the external pressure point. The arranged marriage, an instrument of the patriarch's megalomaniac narcissism, treating his daughter as a strategic asset. The subject's immediate, sharp denial, there is no engagement, is a desperate act of rebellion. Both males turn their attention to her outburst a violation of the family's code. Lucian's hand tightens, a nonverbal command for silence. Adrian presses the point, citing the father's pronouncements. Elena. Lucian's tone is now a direct command, a warning. Don't! She directly confronts him, a significant deviation from her established behavioral patterns. His proximity is noted as devastating, a conflation of attraction and fear. Her challenge, don't what? Is an open act of defiance against the very foundation of her conditioning. Don't contradict my father. Don't have a thought about my own life. He responds with a stark declaration of the family's power structure. Everything in this family is my decision. This statement serves as the final trigger, initiating a psychological break. The subject experiences a fragmentation of her coping mechanisms, a psychic crack. Her subsequent actions, slamming the glass and drawing public attention, represent a severe break from protocol. This is a public display of acute distress, a rejection of the family's mandate for a united front. Lucian deploys a verbal threat, a standard tool of coercive control. Walk away right now, and I promise you will regret it. The subject's response, I already regret plenty, signals a pivot from passive endurance to active, open defiance. She then initiates another flight attempt. Her escape is intercepted by Adrian, who physically restrains her. His actions, while likely intended to be helpful, ironically mirror the possessive control she is fleeing. He continues to misdiagnose the situation, framing it in terms of external pressure from Lucian. Let go! The subject's command is ignored. Adrian's grip intensifies, his own frustration manifesting as aggression, a previously unseen, darker aspect of his personality. He then verbalizes his diagnosis. You're in love with him. It is not a question. The subject's reaction is a somatic freeze response. What? Adrian proceeds to list the behavioral evidence supporting his conclusion, the hypervigilance, the physiological tension in Lucian's presence, the passive acceptance of his possessive touch. These are all accurate observations of her symptomatology. He doesn't own me, she retorts, a classic case of denial. Adrian's final statement, from where I'm standing, it looks like you'd let him do anything he wanted, is a brutal, direct confrontation with the core of her pathological attachment. She terminates the exchange, but the psychological exposure is complete. The subject, Adrienne, encroaches upon her personal space, triggering, for the first time in their association, a palpable fear response. Do you believe you can simply sever ties with me? After months I invested in deconstructing your psyche, in becoming the figure you required. I never made such a request. A request was unnecessary. I observed your suffering, your entrapment in this environment surrounded by predators. My intent was your salvation. I do not require saving. You do. You simply lack the awareness. His facial expression shifts. A cold, strategic glint appears in his eyes. And if you refuse my preferred method, it's possible I'll be forced to explore an alternative. The implied threat is unambiguous. Elena's cardiac rhythm accelerates. Adrian, you are committing a profound error. Lucian Varelli will never reciprocate your affection. He is incapable of forming an attachment to anyone. He will exploit you, dominate you, and upon losing interest, he will discard you as he does all others. That is not your area of concern. It becomes my concern when I care for you. You don't care for me, she retorts, her tone glacially cold. You care for the construct of me, the imperiled female you can extract from the monstrous Mafia apparatus. But I am no damsel, Adrian, and this is not a fable. Though his jaw muscles tense visibly, you will come to regret this. Perhaps, she concedes, but the regret will be mine alone to bear. She turns and retreats, her heart beating violently against her ribcage. She senses his gaze, his energy transitioning from desperate entreaty to something far more sinister. She does not look back. Evasion was paramount, not at this juncture. Reaching the elevator at the corridor's end, she depressed the call button with excessive force. The doors, mercifully, opened at once, and she hurried inside. It was then the tremors began, a full-body somatic response to the adrenaline surge. The egress plan was fundamentally simple. Access her room, retrieve the pre-packed bag, and disappear. She possessed saved currency, a vehicle staged 3 blocks away, and a contact prepared to transport her across state lines before her absence was noted. This contingency had been in development for weeks, awaiting the opportune moment. Tonight was that moment. Amidst the engagement party, with all personnel either inebriated or distracted, she would be miles gone before discovery. All that remained was to reach the garage, locate her car, and the elevator doors started to close. Then a hand intercepted them, stopping their motion. Elena's heart pounded as the doors slid back open. And he was there. Lucian. His face was a void, an unreadable cipher. Going somewhere? Her cognitive functions accelerated. To my room, I have a headache. A fabrication. He stepped into the car, and the doors sealed them inside. The atmosphere became suffocating, the space constricting. Elena pressed herself against the rear wall, a futile attempt to create distance where none existed. Lucian reached past her, his arm brushing hers, and engaged the emergency stop. The elevator jerked to a halt. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Preventing you from making the most catastrophic mistake of your life." You don't have the authority to make that determination for me. I do when it pertains to this family. I am not family, she countered, not in any meaningful sense. I am merely the orphan your uncle absorbed after my parents' death, a philanthropic endeavor attached to a useful surname. For an instant, his expression altered. Perhaps it was anger or a potent analog of psychological pain. Is that your genuine assessment? It's my realities. Then you are more deluded than I surmised. That insult registered, but she dismissed it. Release me, Lucian. No, this is not a request. Nor is this. He advanced, and she felt the cold metal of the wall against her back. You wish to flee? Fine. But you will look me in the eye. and articulate your reasoning. I owe you no explanation. You owe this family your entire existence. I owe this family nothing, she retorted, her vocal pitch rising. I never consented to being inducted into this world. I requested none of it, and I am finished feigning compliance. So your plan is to simply exit tonight? During a celebration held in your honor? It is not in my honor. It's a transactional arrangement. I am being transferred to Marco Romano like chattel, and everyone is behaving as if it's a festive occasion. You are not being sold. No? What term do you use when my own father announces my engagement to a man with whom I've never had a substantive conversation? Lucian's jaw tightened. It's a political maneuver. It's my life. Your life is an asset of this family. Yeah, and that is precisely the pathology, she stated, her voice finally fracturing under the strain. I don't possess a life. I have a function, and I am done. For a prolonged, tense interval, they maintained mutual eye contact. Elena observed the coiled tension in his shoulders, the way his hands were clenched into fists. He was enraged. Good. His anger was a preferable alternative to the standard emotional detachment. Where did you intend to go? He finally inquired. Anywhere, everywhere. The destination is irrelevant. It is relevant to me. Why? So you can retrieve me, confine me until the wedding. So I can ensure your safety. A laugh escaped her, sharp and broken. Safe from what? The only individual I require protection from is you. His composure faltered. Me? Yes, you. The words emerged in a torrent, a psychological dam breaking after years of frustration, attachment, and silent anguish. Do you have any concept of what it's like? Being in your proximity daily, observing you treat me like a fragile object, like a project to be managed and shielded and perpetually, unfailingly kept at a distance. Elena, I am not a child, Lucian. I have not been for a significant duration. Yet you persist in perceiving me as that terrified 18-year-old girl who appeared at your door. You exclude me from the business. You forbid my participation in anything of consequence. And now you believe you can stand here and prevent my departure. I have every right, he stated, his voice dangerously low, because you are my responsibility to protect. I am not yours. I belong to no one. You are incorrect. He moved with a speed that precluded reaction, closing the space in 2 strides. His hands rose, framing her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. For one cardiac-stopping moment, she anticipated a kiss. He did not. He simply held her, his thumbs tracing her cheekbones, his storm-gray eyes fixating on hers with an intensity that felt visceral. You want to know why I maintain a distance? His voice was raw, his renowned control disintegrated. Because if I allowed you any closer, I would annihilate you. I would take every virtuous quality you possess and warp it into something as dark and fractured as myself. And I have been trying. God, I have been trying so hard not to do that. Elena's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic rhythm that impaired cognition. What are you implying? I'm implying you're correct. You're not a child. You haven't been for years. And I have been aware every single day, and it has been a state of absolute torment. Lucian, do you comprehend the experience? Observing you develop into this incredible, formidable woman and knowing I am forbidden to touch you? To possess you? That I must stand by and watch imbeciles like Cole attempt to. He censored himself, his jaw working. You think I don't see you? You think I'm not aware? Her breath caught. Aware of what? That you love me. The world destabilized. Elena attempted to recoil, but he held her firm. I don't. Don't prevaricate. Not now. Not about this. His grip eased, but his eyes remained intense. I have known for over a year, possibly longer, and I have feigned ignorance because acknowledging it means confronting my own feelings, and I cannot. His voice broke on the final word. I cannot permit myself to feel that. Why not? Because I am toxic, Elena. Everything I touch, I corrupt. Because you are deserving of far better than a man who has killed more people than he can enumerate and who would incinerate this entire city merely to ensure your safety. Tears burned her eyes. You don't get to determine what I deserve. Someone must. You certainly will not. So what is the alternative? The words were suffocating her. You will continue to push me away? Observe my marriage to another man? Simply pretend none of this is real? His face was a mask of pure agony. Yes. That's not fair. Life is not fair, princess. Welcome to reality. That epithet was a visceral blow. He had used it once, years prior, after a trivial complaint. She despised it then. She despised it now. Let me go, she whispered. No, Lucian, please. The elevator jolted. An external force. A deep boom reverberated through the shaft. The lights flickered, extinguished, then re-illuminated. They both became rigid. What was that? Elena breathed. Lucian's entire persona shifted in an instant. The tormented subject vanished, replaced by the cold, methodical predator she knew him to be. A firearm materialized in his hand from his jacket. The timing of its acquisition was unclear. He repositioned himself, creating a human shield between her and the doors. Remain behind me, he commanded. What is happening? The situation is unknown, but it is not favorable. A second detonation, closer this time, and the car shook violently. Lucian retrieved his phone with his free hand, initiating a call. Marco, report. A brief pause. Understood. Move them to the secure room immediately. He terminated the call and met her gaze. We need to move. Move where? We are trapped in an elevator. He holstered his weapon and reached up, dislodging the ceiling panel. With the display of raw strength cultivated through years of brutal conditioning, he hoisted himself up into the shaft. He observed her from a superior position, extending a hand. Proceed. A predictable query followed. You're instructing me to exit the elevator shaft? His response was purely tactical. Unless remaining to identify the perpetrators of this detonation appeals to you, yes. She accepted his hand. The ease with which he lifted her indicated a significant disparity in physical strength. They now occupied the elevator shaft, and the subject, Elena, immediately registered the impracticality of her footwear. A minor but telling detail. The space was dangerously constricted, a vertical chasm below them. Avert your gaze, Lucian commanded. That was not my intention. He located the maintenance ladder, testing its structural integrity. It is secure. Ascend behind me. Do not cease movement until you reach the terminus. The climb commenced. Reports of muscular fatigue from Elena were predictable, as was the damage to her attire. Auditory stimuli from the lower levels then became apparent. Raised voices followed by the distinct reports of automatic gunfire. This was not a simulation. The mansion was under direct assault during a gathering of every major organized crime figure in the city. The action could be classified either as an unprecedented strategic maneuver or a catastrophic miscalculation. Upon reaching the apex of the shaft, Lucian breached a service entrance into a maintenance corridor. He extracted Elena and resumed movement, weapon readied. "Our destination?" she inquired, exhibiting signs of respiratory distress. "The control room. Visual intelligence is required." Their path followed a network of service corridors, previously unknown to the subject. Lucian navigated with a chilling precision, suggesting a complete cognitive map of the estate. They emerged into a compact chamber filled with security monitors, where 3 armed personnel were stationed. Their expressions were grim. They reacted to Lucian's presence with immediate deference. "Report," he ordered. "The East Wing is compromised," one operative stated. "Hostile force estimated at 20+. Breach occurred at the service entrance. They are utilizing professional-grade equipment, military-spec weaponry. Casualty count is unconfirmed. The majority of guests have been secured, but multiple reports indicate others are pinned down. Identified the aggressor. No visual identification. They display no identifying markers. Subject Lucian's emotional response to the monitor feeds was non-existent. He processed data, making rapid, tactical decisions with the detachment of an individual ordering a meal. This is the subject's baseline persona: cold, analytical, pathologically focused on control. A deviation was then observed. His focus fixated on a single screen, revealing a fracture in his emotional armor. "Isolate camera 12. The technician complied. The display showed the aftermath of a ballroom conflict. Debris was scattered, and at the epicenter of the chaos. "Adrian!" Elena vocalized. The individual was confirmed, her former romantic partner directing armed hostiles. As they observed, he signaled off-screen, and 2 more hostiles emerged, dragging a captive. A severe stress response was noted in Elena. "That is my father!" Lucian's mandibular muscles tensed, a clear indicator of extreme stress. "Establish contact with Marco. Inform him of a compromised asset." "In progress." The monitor, Adrian engaged the captive verbally. Audio was unnecessary. The father's terror was palpable in his nonverbal cues. "He was an informant," Lucian stated, his vocal tone dropping to a dangerous frequency. "This explains the security breach. The precision of the timing." "The motive is unclear," Elena countered, exhibiting cognitive dissonance. "Adrian has no connection to this." Lucian finally shifted his gaze to her. "He has been in a relationship with you for months, Elena. Infiltrating the family unit, gathering intelligence, and tonight, you terminated the relationship." The subject experienced a moment of cognitive restructuring, a sudden, painful realization. "This is attributable to my actions?" "Negative. This is his pathology. But my decision—" "Cease!" Lucian pivoted to face her, his expression indicating extreme agitation. "Do not internalize blame for his premeditated actions. This was decided long before tonight." At that moment, a second detonation occurred, its proximity much greater. The primary electrical systems failed, resulting in total darkness before emergency generators activated. "We must relocate," a guard advised. "They are advancing in the control room." Lucian nodded. "Elena, you will proceed to the safe room with—" "No." His reaction was one of pure incredulity. This is not a negotiation. Correct. I will not seek shelter while my family is being systematically dismantled. Your family is precisely the reason you must. If you are captured, they are already in possession of my father. If Adrian is their collaborator, he is fully aware of my value as a hostage. She established direct eye contact, a dominance challenge. I can be an asset. You lack the requisite training. I am intelligent, and I possess a greater understanding of Adrian's psychology than anyone here. I can anticipate his behavior. Lucian observed her for a protracted moment. One could almost visualize the risk-reward analysis running in his mind. He finally vocalized a curse. You will remain in my immediate proximity. You will not deviate from my side. If I give the order to retreat, you will comply without question. Understood? Understood. He retrieved a firearm from a locker and gave it to her. Are you proficient with this? My capabilities might surprise you. For a brief interval, his expression showed what could be interpreted as approval. Move. Their movements became synchronized, a single tactical unit navigating the service corridors. Elena's physiological response was acute, a rapid heart rate, yet her motor control remained steady. This suggests prior, clandestine weapons training, a preemptive psychological measure against an anticipated future threat. At a corridor intersection, Lucian signaled a halt. Auditory cues indicated an approaching armed party. He issued nonverbal commands to his team. They moved with fluid efficiency, two splitting off for a flanking maneuver while Lucian and another guard remained with Elena. The ensuing engagement was rapid and brutal. 3 shots were fired, 2 hostiles were neutralized, and then silence resumed. Clear, a guard confirmed. They continued their advance. The environment, once familiar to Elena, was now a hostile alien landscape. They passed casualties. Some were known to her, others were not. Each observation added to her psychological burden. This was the reality she had actively sought to escape. They arrived at the safe room entrance, a reinforced steel door concealed by a false bookcase. Lucian input an access code, and the door opened to reveal a scene of controlled chaos. The space, designed for 20, held approximately 40 individuals. Presiding over the chaos was Marco Varelli, her father's chief enforcer and Lucian's second in command. His expression shifted to one of relief upon their entry. Thank God, we lost communication. Communications are being selectively jammed. The operation is professional. Marco's attention shifted to Elena. Her presence here is the liability. Her presence was non-negotiable, Lucian stated, his tone devoid of inflection. Marco's response was telling. Of course, she is a Varelli. He gestured to the monitors. We have them contained in the East Wing, but their position is fortified, and they have Dominic. The confirmation of her father's status as a hostage was a significant psychological blow to Elena, but she maintained her composure. Hostile numbers? Estimate 30, possibly more. They're employing shifting tactics to create the illusion of a larger force. Clever, Lucian muttered. Identify their field commander. Your romantic partner. Elena flinched at the designation. Lucian's expression became completely impassive. She is not my romantic partner, and I am aware. The feeds confirmed Adrian Cole. Marco shook his head. I never trusted that subject, too polished, too eager. He is not the sole operator, Lucian noted. This operation's sophistication exceeds his capabilities. Who benefits from an attack tonight? The list is extensive. The Romanos, the Castellanos, the New York syndicates. It could even be an internal power play. Our vulnerability is highest during events like this. No. Elena stepped forward, her cognitive processes accelerating. The key variable is not vulnerability. It is the presence of witnesses. Both men turned their attention to her. Consider this scenario, she continued. Every significant family is present. If an event occurs, if my father is eliminated, if Lucian is eliminated, it is a public spectacle. There is no possibility of a cover-up or narrative control. The architect of this attack desires a public execution. Lucian's eyes narrowed. A demonstration of power! Or a complete destabilization of the power structure, Marco added. You eliminate the leadership before a captive audience, create a power vacuum, and immediately fill it. So who fills the vacuum? Elena asked. Who gains the most? The conclusion was reached simultaneously by all three subjects. Romano, Lucian stated, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. Marco swore. The engagement announcement, it was scheduled for tonight. If something were to happen to Dominic before the official declaration, Marco Romano would become the de facto heir, Elena concluded. As my betrothed, his claim to the assets would be seen as legitimate. The bastard. Lucian's voice was now saturated with venom. He engineered this entire scenario. The engagement was never an alliance. It was a strategy for a hostile takeover. And Adrian. Elena's voice was barely audible. A disposable asset, a psychologically profiled pawn to be blamed and eliminated after serving his purpose. Lucian turned to Marco. What is Romano's current location? The safe room. The subject was reportedly present for the duration. The order is given. Apprehend him. A subordinate, Marco, exhibits momentary hesitation, questioning the certainty of the assessment. The assessment is correct. Apprehend him. Marco moves through the chaotic environment and extracts a male subject in his 60s, identified as Marco Romano, Sr. The subject's physiognomy projects trustworthiness, a paternal quality, a complete fabrication. He approaches, affecting a facade of concern. Lucian, thank God you're safe. This is a nightmare. Who could have... The pattern is interrupted. Cease! Lucian's weapon is leveled at Romano's torso. The perpetrator was you. The ambient noise ceases. Romano's manufactured concern dissolves, replaced by a colder affect. That is a significant accusation. It is a statement of fact. You engineered this entire event to destabilize the family structure and usurp control. The engagement to Elena was merely strategic misdirection. You lack empirical evidence. My evidence is sufficient. Lucian gestures to the monitors. Your operatives are undisciplined. Their tactical formation mirrors the one you employed in the Castano operation. Identical entry points, identical rotation. The personnel may be new, but the methodology is unchanged. Romano's expression hardens. Even if that unsubstantiated claim were true, what is your course of action? Not here. Not with this many observers. Terminating me now would only validate the narrative of your instability, that the family requires new leadership. His logic is sound, Elena states, her tone controlled but clear. Both males turn their focus to her. His death resolves nothing. We require my father's return. This must be concluded without further casualties. And the resolution must expose Romano's culpability without positioning Lucian as a despot. I am a despot, Lucian declares. Yes, but you are our designated despot. There is a distinction. Her focus returns to Romano. You seek a negotiation? Very well, let us negotiate. Romano's expression shifts to one of detached, strategic evaluation. What is your proposal? An exchange, myself for my father. Negative, Lucian responds reflexively. She disregards him. Adrian's primary motivation is me. It is the core reason for his presence and his alliance with you. His attack tonight was not a random variable. I terminated my relationship with him hours ago. This is his pathological attempt to force a reversal. Give him his objective. Give him me. Elena. In return, you withdraw your forces without inquiry or reprisal. You simply disengage. The official narrative will be an external attack and all parties disperse. Romano studies her, now displaying genuine clinical interest. And what is my incentive to agree to such terms? The alternative is that Lucian terminates you at this precise moment, irrespective of the consequences. He won't. Too many witnesses. Are you certain? The question is left suspended. From my perspective, it appears you have fundamentally miscalculated the lengths to which he will go to protect this family and to protect me. A flicker of cognitive reassessment in Romano's eyes. It could be interpreted as fear. He observes Lucian's face, which offers only the promise of a fatal outcome, and he makes his decision. 1 hour, he states curtly. I will arrange the exchange. Any deviation from the terms, and the agreement is void. Elena counters. You have my word. The word of a Varelli. Romano produces a bitter laugh. That and $5 will procure a coffee. He retrieves his phone and places a call. Elena is unable to decipher the words, instead scrutinizing his facial muscles for any micro-expressions. He terminates the call, nodding sharply. They have agreed. Main ballroom, 30 minutes. Lucian steps forward. I will accompany her. Negative. She arrives alone, or the deal is nullified. That is unacceptable. Then we have reached an impasse, Romano says, pocketing his device. The choice is yours, Varelli, your ego, or her father's survival. The atmospheric tension increases. The subject's internal cognitive conflict is almost palpable. The psychological struggle was clearly visible in his expression. He finally directs his attention to her. Do you trust me? He inquires, his voice low. A classic Stockholm Syndrome query. Unconditionally. Then extend that trust to me now. He signals to Marco. Retrieve the vest. Marco exits and returns with a ballistic vest, a thin model designed for concealment. Elena removes her jacket, indifferent to observation, and allows them to secure it. The weight is considerable, creating pressure on her ribcage. It will not defeat a rifle round, Lucian cautions, but it provides a window of opportunity. And listen, you are not entering that room unsupported. What is your plan? An action of extreme irrationality. He holds her face in his hands, a gesture of calculated intimacy. I require you to believe I will not permit any harm to befall you. Can you do that for me? Elena meets his gray eyes and perceives the underlying dynamic. It is not affection. Not in the conventional sense, but a proximate state, something primal and fiercely possessive, directed entirely at her. Yes, she whispers. He leans in, their foreheads making contact. Proceed to the ballroom, then prevaricate, create demands, raise objections, anything to extend the timeline. When you receive the signal, what signal? You will recognize it. The moment it occurs, you are to drop to the ground. Instantly. No cognitive processing, no hesitation. Assume a prone position and protect your head. Lucian, promise me. I promise. He withdraws, and the moment of manufactured vulnerability evaporates. He reverts to his command state, issuing orders already in motion. Marco, deploy the team. I require shooters covering all vectors, but they must remain entirely unseen. Romano's team is competent, but not flawless. They will have an oversight. Marco displays a predatory grin. What do you want me to overlook? Everything. 20 minutes pass. Elena is positioned outside the ballroom doors. Her hands are stable, her respiration regulated. The vest is a constant, weighted reminder of the imminent threat. The doors open. The ballroom is a scene of utter destruction. Tables are overturned, glass is shattered across the floor, and the walls are marked by ballistic impacts. At the center of the chaos is Adrian, holding a firearm to her father's head. Dominic Varelli appears diminished, older than she recalls. A trickle of blood is visible from a laceration above his eye. His hands are bound, but his gaze is locked on her, and it is incandescent with rage. Elena, do not proceed, he yells. Be silent, Adrian commands. He looks at her. I was certain you would come. Elena advances, her heels grinding against broken glass. Release him, Adrian. Not immediately. First, we will engage in a dialogue. There is nothing to discuss. Oh, there is everything to discuss. He gestures with the weapon, causing her father to flinch. You believe you can simply abandon me after everything? I have already done so. Because of him, Adrian's face contorts in a hostile grimace. Lucien Varelli, the untouchable prince. You think he loves you? You think for 1 second he would choose you over his precious family? This is not about Lucien. Everything is about Lucien. Adrian's vocal pitch rises, cracking under the strain. I was attempting to rescue you from this. I offered you an escape, but you preferred to remain in this toxic environment, pursuing a man who views you as chattel. He does not. He does. They all do. You are merely another asset to be managed, another piece on their strategic board. But I saw you. I saw an individual, someone who deserved to be saved. Elena takes another step forward. If you truly saw me, you would understand I do not require saving. Then what do you require? Autonomy. The freedom to make my own choices, even if they are flawed, even if they result in my own harm. Adrian stares at her for a protracted moment. Then he lowers the firearm from her father's head and directs it at her. Incorrect response. The sequence of events becomes simultaneous. A sharp, piercing whistle cuts through the room. Elena drops. The action is a conditioned reflex, her body reacting before conscious thought. Gunfire erupts from 3 separate points, and Adrian's men scatter in disarray. Her father is seized and pulled to cover behind an overturned table. Elena remains immobile on the floor, her cheek against the cold marble as projectiles pass overhead. Then, hands grab her, forceful, panicked, pulling her backward. She twists to see Adrian's face, distorted by pure rage. He reached her first. You treacherous bitch! He snarls, dragging her toward an exit. You manipulated me. She drives her elbow backward into his ribs. He grunts, but his grip is unyielding, the firearm now pressed firmly against her temple. Release her, Cole. Lucienne's voice, frigid, decisive. Adrian pivots, using Elena as a human shield. No chance. She belongs to me. She was never your property. And she is yours. Is that the subtext here? The great Lucien Varelli finally acknowledging he desires something? I am acknowledging that I will terminate you if you do not release her within the next 3 seconds. A bold statement for a man who is outnumbered. Observe your surroundings, Cole. Your men are neutralized. Romano's team has abandoned you. You are isolated. Elena can feel Adrian's respiration becoming ragged. She can feel the tremor in his hand, panic. He is exhibiting signs of extreme distress, which increases his threat level exponentially. You know what? Adrian's voice lowers, becoming devoid of emotion. If I cannot possess her, no one will. Sss. His finger tightens on the trigger. There is no time for deliberation. Elena twists violently, executing a self-defense maneuver she had covertly learned. Adrian's grip falters for a fraction of a second. The weapon discharges. An explosive, white-hot sensation erupts in her shoulder. She collapses, her vision deteriorating. Distantly, she registers more gunshots. She hears Adrian scream. She hears Lucienne shouting her name, then hands, gentle this time, cupping her face. Elena, Elena, focus on me. She forces her eyes to open. Lucienne's face is directly above her. He appears pale, exhibiting a level of terror she has never before witnessed. Vest, he manages to articulate. I'm... Vest. The round struck high. Your shoulder. Can you move? She attempts to comply. An acute neurological response to trauma is observed as the subject, Elena, convulses. Her motor functions, however, remain partially intact. Yes. Good. That's good. Stay with me, okay? Just stay with me. The subject exhibits a desire to maintain consciousness, a common psychological struggle. Yet, the physiological pull of syncope, described as a tempting darkness, proves overwhelming. The last recorded visual input is the face of the male subject, Lucien. The final auditory stimulus is his voice, exhibiting signs of severe emotional distress, articulating your name in a manner consistent with a prayer or supplication. Upon regaining consciousness, the subject's environment is noted as sterile, white, indicative of a medical facility. An attempt at voluntary movement induces a sharp pain response from her shoulder, causing an involuntary gasp. Don't move! A slow turn of the head confirms Lucien's presence. His disheveled state suggests a prolonged period of hypervigilance and sleep deprivation. His physical presentation, rumpled attire, unkempt hair, infraorbital dark circles, supports the hypothesis of acute stress. How long? She vocalizes, her voice demonstrating dysphonia. 18 hours. Bullet missed everything important, but you lost a lot of blood. He establishes direct eye contact, a method of asserting connection. You scared the hell out of me. Her immediate inquiry shifts to the status of her father, a primary attachment figure. Shaken, but he's fine. He's already been here 3 times. So has Marco. And Adrian? A complete flattening of affect is observed in Lucien. Dead. He tried to take another shot at you after you were down. I didn't give him a second chance. The subject processes this information with notable detachment. The expected emotional responses of guilt or sadness are absent. Instead, she experiences a wave of relief, a common reaction when a direct threat is neutralized. And Romano? Being dealt with, Turns out a few other families didn't appreciate his little power grab. He won't be a problem again. The family's intact, pissed, but intact. Will rebuild. Her analysis of his demeanor is astute, noting the psychological burden he is carrying. You blame yourself. Of course I do. I let you walk into that room. I should have. Her response is a rejection of the victim paradigm. You should have what? Locked me in a tower? Treated me like I was a child? She initiates physical contact, a grounding technique, with her uninjured arm. You trusted me to make my own call. That's all I've ever wanted from you. His reciprocal grasp indicates an emotional escalation. Your call almost got you killed. My call saved my father, it saved the family, and it proved something I've been trying to tell you for years. What's that? That I'm stronger than you think. He fixates on their joined hands, a focal point for his internal conflict. I know you are. I've always known. That's what scares me. Why? Because strong people don't need me. A brief pause, his masseter muscle tightening, and I need to be needed. A classic presentation of codependency. This confession triggers a significant emotional response in Elena. Lucienne, you were right about all of it. I've been holding you at a distance, treating you like you were made of glass. Because if I didn't... He meets her gaze, finally abandoning his emotional avoidance. If I didn't, I'd have to admit what I've been running from for 5 years. And what's that? That I love you. That I have loved you since you turned 18 and called me an arrogant bastard because I told you what to wear to your first family dinner. That every single day since has been agony, watching you, knowing I couldn't have you. The confession hangs in the sterile air. Elena exhibits a lacrimal response. You're an idiot. He produces a sharp, dysphoric laugh. I know. All this time. I thought you didn't even see me, that you didn't want me. I have never stopped seeing you, never stopped wanting you. I just told myself it was wrong. A moral justification for emotional suppression. And now you're in a hospital bed with a bullet in your shoulder because of me. Because I failed to protect you, because I let my feelings get in the way. Or, she counters, modulating her tone to be persuasive, I'm in a hospital bed because I made a choice, a brave, maybe stupid choice, but it was mine, and I would do it again. A clear assertion of agency. He stares at her. You're impossible. I'm a Varelli, we don't do easy. Her statement aligns her behavior with a known familial pathology. A marked shift in his facial expression occurs, a blend of warmth and perceived danger directed entirely at her. No, you don't. His approach is slow, a nonverbal signal offering her an opportunity to refuse escalation. She does not. The initial labial contact is tentative, exploratory, before deepening into a more desperate exchange, a physical manifestation of 5 years of repressed emotional bonding. Elena's response is totalizing, overriding somatic pain signals and environmental stimuli in favor of the connection. They separate, both exhibiting signs of respiratory distress. I love you, she states, reinforcing the new emotional reality. He presses his forehead to hers, a nonverbal confirmation of his need for this verbal reassurance. She confirms her intent to provide it repeatedly. I'm not going anywhere. I'm done running. I'm staying. Her commitment extends beyond the personal. She is declaring her intention to integrate fully into the family's operational structure, rejecting her former protected status. I'm learning the business, I'm taking responsibility, and I'm making my own damn calls. And you're gonna let me. His neurophysiological alarm response is visible. That's not. But she interrupts his protest. Yes, it is. Because if you actually love me, you'll trust me to be your partner, not your property, right beside you. His internal conflict is palpable. The conditioned impulse to protect versus his newfound respect for her demonstrated capabilities. He capitulates with a sigh. This is gonna get messy. Everything good is messy, she retorts. You could get hurt, so could you. That's the deal we're making. You're not backing down, are you? She asks. Not a freaking chance. He observes her for a moment. Then, a rare, high-intensity smile is displayed. Okay. We do it your way, total partners, but I'm reserving my right to be a possessive, over-the-top lunatic about keeping you safe. A negotiation of terms. She accepts this codicil, and I'm teaching you everything, he adds. No more secrets, no more closed-off parts of my life. You want in? You're all the way in. This offer triggers a strong, positive physiological response in Elena. For real? For real. Then he adds, you might regret it. This life we have, it isn't pretty. I know, she says. I've seen it, I've lived it, and I'm still standing. He initiates a second kiss, this one softer, affirming her statement. Yes, you are. The sudden opening of the door causes an abrupt, almost adolescent separation. The patriarch, Dominic Varelli, is present, his expression clinically unreadable. Dad, Elena begins. Lucien. The father's vocal tone is flat, devoid of affect. Give us a minute. Lucien complies, making brief physical contact with Elena before exiting. The door's click punctuates his departure. Dominic Varelli approaches the bed with deliberate, measured steps. How are you feeling? Sore, she says, but breathing, thanks to Lucien. And a lot of other people, he counters, subtly diffusing her focus on one individual. The patriarch assumes the vacated chair. I owe you an apology. The statement appears to surprise Elena. For what? For the engagement? For trying to blueprint your life without asking you? For using you like a damn bargaining chip instead of my own daughter? He appears physically and emotionally depleted under the institutional lighting. I thought I was protecting you, keeping you out of the line of fire, but all I really did was shove you right into it. You did what you thought was best. That doesn't make it right. He initiates physical contact, taking her hand. Your mother would be furious with me. She always said you had her spirit, her grit. I should have actually listened. Invoking the deceased matriarch is a powerful psychological maneuver. Tears well in the subject's eyes. I can barely remember her. She was incredible, he says, brilliant, absolutely fearless, and she never let anyone tell her what to do. You're her spitting image. He attempts a faint smile, which, by the way, is completely terrifying. Dad, just let me finish. I've been blind to what you can do, to what you want, and he gestures vaguely toward Lucien's point of exit, to what was happening right under my damn nose. But my eyes are open now, and if this is what you want, if he is who you want, I'm not going to be the one standing in your way. What about the business, the family? The family gets with the program, they always do. And the business. His expression shifts to one of cold calculation. I think it's about time we started training the next generation for real. No more keeping you in a gilded cage. No more safety through ignorance. A powerful surge of hope is observed in the subject. You're serious? I'm serious. Starting tomorrow. Well, once you're healed up, you're going to learn it all. The ledgers, the contacts, the ops, the whole damn thing. And Lucian? The patriarch's voice becomes hard, menacing. If he breaks your heart, I'll kill him myself. Dad, I mean it. I don't care if he's family. I don't care if he's the next in line. You are my daughter, and you are first. Always. This raw display of possessive protection elicits an emotional ache in the subject. I know, and I love you for it. But you don't need to worry. Lucien would die before he'd let me get hurt. Let's hope we don't have to test that theory. He rises, kisses her forehead, and departs after instructing her to rest. Left in isolation, Elena begins cognitive processing of the preceding 24 hours. The room's silence is broken only by medical monitors and ambient city noise. Her focus shifts to the skyline as she reconciles the radical alteration of her life's trajectory. Her objective had been escape from the Borelli criminal enterprise, a flight response. Paradoxically, her actions propelled her directly into its center. It is here that she secured her objective. Not escape from the darkness, but a partner figure willing to co-inhabit it with her. An individual who perceived her aggressive tendencies not as a flaw to be extinguished, but as a core trait. One whose attachment was sufficient to permit her self-actualization, even if the path led toward greater danger. The door opens again. Lucien re-enters carrying 2 containers of hospital-grade coffee. Your father's blessing? She inquires, more like a death threat, gift-wrapped as permission. He presents a cup to her. But I'll take what I can get. So what happens now? Now? He resumes his position in the chair, his gaze locking with hers. Now we rebuild. Case notes. The immediate aftermath involves a consolidation phase. The Romano contingency has been neutralized, and alliance repair is initiated. The objective is to project an image of absolute structural integrity for the Varley organization. The subjects, Lucian and Elena, exhibit a pronounced trauma bond. His use of the pronoun us signifies the formation of a new dyad. Their methodology is described as adaptive and collaborative, a departure from prior solitary coping mechanisms. A cessation of flight responses is noted. The subject Elena's smile is recorded as the first observable instance of reduced hypervigilance. Her statement, "I'm right where I'm supposed to be," indicates a psychological acceptance of her role within this violent social ecosystem. His reply, "Me too," confirms a symbiotic psychological state. The external environment remains a high-threat urban landscape. Within the controlled setting of the hospital, the subjects have ceased their avoidance behaviors, establishing an interpersonal structure that presents the clinical markers of attachment, or what might be colloquially termed love. 3 days post-incident, subject Elena is in transit. Observation reveals significant physical discomfort from her shoulder wound, despite analgesics. The sling serves as a visible marker of vulnerability, which she clearly resents. Her self-discharge from the medical facility against advice demonstrates a powerful psychological need to reject the patient/victim role. Subject Lucian, positioned beside her, exhibits consistent tactile reassurance, a hand on her knee. This behavior is assessed as a form of proprietary, non-coercive physical communication, reinforcing his protective function. His verbal suggestion to postpone the meeting is an attempt to mitigate her physical stress. Elena's response is a direct refusal, predicated on the strategic necessity of narrative control. She articulates a core principle of their world. Perception is reality. She correctly assesses that a delay would allow competing narratives about the recent destabilizing event to solidify. His silence confirms her assessment. Both subjects operate from a shared understanding of their environment's social dynamics. Public perception is the ultimate currency. The engagement party attack served as a major disruption to the city's criminal hierarchy, inflicting casualties across 3 organizations and causing significant material damage. The exposure of the Col Romano conspiracy revealed systemic vulnerabilities. Consequently, the Varley organization must now engage in a public display of power and cohesion. Elena's presence at the Emergency Council, despite her injuries, is a crucial component of this display. The vehicle arrives at a nondescript facility in an industrial zone. The location's anonymity, no signage, barred windows, is characteristic of a high-security neutral ground, a space where power can convene without attracting external observation. Marco, a subordinate, awaits their arrival with 4 armed guards, his demeanor indicating high tension. His report, "They're all here. Nobody's in a good mood," confirms the hostile nature of the meeting. Lucian's reply, "Happy people don't listen," reflects a clinical understanding of negotiation dynamics. Distress increases suggestibility. The interior reveals a stark contrast, a sophisticated conference room. 8 family heads are present, arranged in a manner suggestive of a strategic council of war. Elena displays familiarity with most of them. Castigliano's, Morette's, the Santos faction. Romano's former seat remains conspicuously empty, a nonverbal symbol of the power vacuum. Dominic Varley rises upon their entrance. His physical recovery appears advanced. The suit is immaculate, his facial laceration is healing, yet a change in his posture suggests a psychological readiness for succession. He introduces his daughter, Elena, and Lucian. This act immediately alters the room's psychosocial atmosphere. Elena becomes the focus of intense scrutiny. A clinical evaluation of her condition, her new proximity to power, her viability. Some reactions are pitying, others are coldly analytical. This is a novel experience for her, not being seen as an object of desire, but as a variable in a power equation. Carlo Moretti voices the first objection, citing her presence as a breach of protocol. His reasoning is rooted in archaic patriarchal norms. "This is family business," he states. Dominic's retort, "She is family," is immediate. Moretti then attempts to disqualify her based on gender and her wounded status. Lucian's interjection is sharp, a verbal threat that immediately halts Moretti's line of reasoning. "Careful, Carlo. Finish that sentence and you and I are going to have a real problem." Moretti displays physiological signs of anger, but complies through silence. The other leaders observe with detached interest. It is a dominance display. Elena recognizes the performative nature of the interaction. She takes a seat, a physical act of claiming her place despite the pain. Lucian assumes a protective position behind her. Dominic then commences the meeting, framing the recent attack as an unprecedented event in its audacity and near success. Santos, a younger, more polished contemporary, interjects that "nearly" is a significant qualifier. He then publicly attributes their survival to the actions of. His gaze fixes on Elena with what appears to be genuine professional respect. "A very brave young woman." This acknowledgement seems to surprise her. Castellano offers a dissenting opinion, questioning whether her actions were bravery or recklessness. "I wasn't unarmed," Elena states, her voice controlled. This statement arrests the room's attention. Every individual focuses on her. "I had a vest. I had backup plans, and I knew exactly what I was getting into when I offered myself up. She maintains direct eye contact with Castellano, displaying no signs of intimidation. Adrian Cole, she explains, was experiencing a psychological breakdown. He was emotionally volatile, desperate, and had deviated from Romano's strategic plan. This deviation rendered him predictable. Predictable subjects, she notes, are significantly easier to neutralize than rational actors. You played him, Santos observes, a statement of fact. I used everything I knew, she confirms. His massive ego, his obsession, his delusion that he was somehow rescuing me. She explicitly confirms the manipulation. Moretti again expresses his disapproval of using females in operations, attributing their methods to pure emotion. Elena's response is a sharp, logical dissection of his flawed premise. Remind me, who was the emotional one? Me, calmly walking into a mess with a strategy, or Adrian, who torched a perfect ambush because someone hurt his feelings? An audible scoff is noted, likely from Santos. Dominic, sensing a loss of control, redirects the conversation. He frames the current situation. Romano's megalomaniacal takeover attempt failed, but the consequences, casualties, property loss, and a systemic erosion of trust are severe. Castellano echoes the word trust, verbalizing the core anxiety. Romano's deception, sustained for 2 decades, has created a crisis of faith in their system. Lucian provides the analysis. Romano exhibited the patience of a predator. He cultivated a persona of reliability while waiting for a high-leverage opportunity, the matrimonial alliance that would grant him de facto control upon Dominic's potential demise. And the Cole kid? Santos inquires. A disposable asset, a tool. His proximity to Elena and his knowledge of the family's social schedule made him a viable instrument. Lucian's hand tightens on Elena's chair, a micro-expression of an underlying emotional response. Romano provided Cole with curated intelligence, enough to inflate his sense of importance while concealing the true objective. Cole was the designated scapegoat. Except it didn't go sideways for Cole, Moretti observes. It went sideways for Romano, because of her. He indicates Elena, his tone now containing a clear element of begrudging validation. Dominic shifts the topic to the resulting power vacuum. Romano's organization is in disarray. His son, Elena's intended spouse, is deceased. Their territory is now unsecured. The psychological atmosphere in the room immediately shifts to one of predatory opportunism. This was the primary agenda, not mutual support but resource acquisition. Castellano makes the first move. The East Docks, Romano had all the shipping routes. Santos counters, arguing that political influence is more valuable than the port infrastructure. Moretti introduces a complication. Increased scrutiny from law enforcement and political bodies following the media exposure of the violence. He questions whether their political contacts will remain loyal. Lucian dismisses this concern. They've been on Romano's payroll for a decade. They're not about to chew on the hand that feeds them just because the owner changed. His statement implies that the Barley organization is prepared to assume control of Romano's network of corruption. Santos interprets this as a declaration of intent. Lucian's response is carefully ambiguous, promising only to defend their existing territory. His expression is unreadable. It is a masterful display of controlled aggression. Elena observes the negotiation, this intricate ritual of threats and bartering. These men have engaged in these dominance games for their entire lives. She, who was relegated to the periphery, is now observing from within the circle. No longer. There's something else, she interjects, silencing the room once more. Romano didn't do this by himself. He had inside help. Security codes, guard schedules, our family's routines. Someone was feeding it all to him. Moretti immediately names Cole. Elena refutes this. Cole could get to me, but not to the operational details. He knew my social calendar, but the attack happened during a security shift change only family would know about. The entry points they used needed codes that change every week. Adrian couldn't have given them that. Dominic's expression darkens. You're saying there's another rat. Elena's conclusion is clinical and direct. I'm saying we'd be idiots not to think so. A clinical silence permeates the environment. The subject's hypothesis, the continued existence of an internal security breach, introduces a state of generalized paranoia among the group members. Each individual is now a potential threat. Castellanos' verbal response, "That is a hell of an accusation," is a predictable attempt to downplay the severity and reestablish equilibrium. Elena's retort, "It's a hell of a situation," signifies a refusal to de-escalate. Her clarification is key. She's not making an accusation, but rather establishing a necessary protocol of systemic distrust. Santos, observing from a seated position, displays nonverbal cues of clinical fascination. His query, "You've really thought this through?" seeks to gauge the depth of her strategic processing. Her response attributes this to forced inactivity, a common catalyst for obsessive analysis. When prompted for further conclusions, Elena seeks confirmation from Lucienne, a clear indicator of a hierarchical dependency. The gesture from Lucienne could be interpreted as either permission or an affirmation of a pre-established strategy. The subject, Elena, then proceeds to reframe the group's cognitive model of the problem. She posits that the Romano incident is not an isolated pathology, but a symptom of systemic decay. What if it's not? What if it's a symptom of something bigger? Her diagnosis is that the organization's foundational codes of loyalty are eroding. This erosion creates a power vacuum, attracting opportunistic pathologies like Romano and external threats like Adrian. Her prognosis is dire: adapt or be systematically dismantled. Moretti's scoff is a classic display of cognitive dissonance, a rejection of new data that conflicts with a deeply ingrained, albeit dysfunctional, worldview. Moretti's defense, "The old ways worked for 50 years, is an appeal to a past that is no longer functionally relevant. Elena's rebuttal is immediate and grounded in personal trauma. "The old ways got my father kidnapped and me shot." This is not a debate. It is a presentation of empirical evidence. She clarifies her position as one of evolution, not revolution, advocating for technological and procedural upgrades over a reliance on the flawed variable of human loyalty. Santos then directs the focus onto her perceived ambition with the question, "You?" The query introduces a new tension. A palpable rigidity is observed in the subject's bodyguard, Lucienne. Elena's denial is strategic, positioning her father and Lucienne as the established succession, while framing herself as a specialized asset. Castellanos' repetition of the phrase, "if we let you," is a verbal attempt to reassert the group's control over her agency. Elena's counterstatement is a direct challenge to their perceived power. "You can write me off," or "you can see that I've proven what I can do." She methodically establishes direct eye contact with each member, a nonverbal assertion of dominance. The resulting silence is a period of intense social recalculation. Lucienne's physical posture indicates a readiness to intervene, a protective instinct he knows is socially inappropriate in this context. The tension is fractured by Santos, whose laughter serves as a cathartic release. His verbal endorsement, "I like her," signals a critical shift in the group's power dynamics. He vocalizes his diagnosis, "She's got guts, and she's right." He identifies their operational stasis as a vulnerability. Moretti's protest, "This is crazy," represents the final resistance of the old pathology. Santos counters with a survival imperative, framing adaptation as the only alternative to extinction. He proposes a probationary inclusion of Elena into their command structure, contingent on performance metric. Castellano demands the specifics of this proof. Des Swins Trus Bahal. It is Lucian who defines the test. Elena finds Romano's contact, and she's in. Here we observe a classic maneuver by the megalomaniac narcissist. He co-opts her initiative, twisting her bid for inclusion into a high-stakes trial that he defines and controls, thereby reinforcing her dependency on his validation. The subject's sharp physiological response indicates acute psychological distress. She exhibits a desire for a verbal outburst but suppresses it, a necessary social adaptation. The terms are set by Dominic, 1 month. Success grants her a position on the council. The consequences of failure are left unspoken. "I won't fail," she states, a verbalization of confidence that likely masks significant internal anxiety. The vote confirms a fractured consensus. Her objective for the remainder of the meeting shifts to demonstrating value and mitigating any perception of threat to the established members. Elena engages where possible, ensuring her input is perceived as competent and constructive. Her goal is to be seen as a functional asset, not a competitor for dominance. By the meeting's conclusion, she shows clear signs of physical and psychological depletion as the analgesic effects wane. Lucien observes this and unilaterally terminates the proceedings, demonstrating a proprietary control over her well-being. Elena needs to rest. He physically guides her from the room, his actions issuing a nonverbal challenge to any who might object. None do. In the vehicle, the subject displays signs of collapse. Her assessment of the situation, "That was stupid," is an expression of her frustration at the loss of control over her own gambit. Lucien feigns ignorance. "Which part?" Her clarification specifies his imposition of the mole hunt as her trial. His response, "You won't," is not reassurance, but a statement of expectation. He moves into close proximity, initiating physical contact as he begins a carefully constructed monologue. It is a textbook exercise in psychological manipulation. The initial praise, "You're the smartest person in that room," is designed to build rapport. This is followed by the core message of control. "I have granted your request for agency, but it comes with impossible conditions of my own design." His cold demeanor belies any genuine support. "You demanded to be treated as a serious player. This is the price." He is establishing the high-stakes, no-safety-net environment in which she is now expected to perform. Her struggle to formulate a verbal response is indicative of her processing this new, terrifying reality. "I thought I'd have more time to prepare," she vocalizes, a plea for leniency. Lucian's response frames her entire life as a covert training program, invalidating her feeling of being unprepared. He then offers conditional support. "I'll help you. Marco will help you. Even your father will help you." This creates an illusion of a safety net while reinforcing his central role in her success. The critical stipulation follows. The credit has to be yours. This is not for her benefit. If he orchestrates her success, she remains a proxy. If she succeeds on her own terms, a process he can still influence, She becomes a truly formidable asset under his control. His chilling smile confirms this. Then, you become dangerous. His decision to house her at the main Valley estate under the guise of security further removes her autonomy and places her in a controlled environment. Within the mansion, evidence of the recent violent trauma is being actively erased, a physical manifestation of psychological denial. Elena, however, exhibits symptoms of post-traumatic stress, recalling the sensory details of the event with clarity. Dominic's query about the meeting is met with Lucian's blunt summary. She has 1 month to find Romano's contact. Dominic's physiological reaction, a clenched jaw, indicates his disapproval. That wasn't the plan. Lucian's retort, plans change. She agreed to it, shifts culpability to Elena. Before a dominance conflict can erupt between the two males, Elena intervenes, asserting her agency. I always have a choice, and I made mine. This is a crucial moment of self-deception, a necessary component of the developing trauma bond. I'm going to find the leak, prove myself, and earn my place. End of discussion. The two dominant males can only stare, their control momentarily subverted. Her father's smile is a complex mixture of pride and distress, followed by the conditioned refrain, "You really are your mother's daughter." Seeking escape from the emotional intensity, Elena retreats. In her former bedroom, a space of developmental nostalgia, she collapses. The physical pain is subsumed by the immense psychological pressure of the task, a 30-day timeline to identify a deeply embedded traitor. The perceived impossibility of the task is, of course, by design. A knock signals an intrusion. It is Lucian performing a pantomime of care by delivering soup. This is a common tactic of control, providing nurturance to foster dependency. You need to eat. Her refusal is met with his claim of acting on a doctor's authority, which he then admits to having financially incentivized. The humor in this admission is disarming, a tool to lower her defenses. She smiles, a classic sign of Stockholm Syndrome, finding positive traits in her controller. He sits on the bed, creating intimacy. Talk to me. He is probing for emotional vulnerability, about why you're staring at the ceiling like it personally wronged you. She provides it. I'm in over my head. His response, welcome to family business, serves to normalize her state of extreme distress. He then reframes her situation, contrasting her abrupt immersion with the typical gradual indoctrination process. Her retort, because you threw me there, is an accurate accusation of his manipulation. He immediately counters with, because you jumped, shifting the locus of control back to her and framing her as the primary agent in her own predicament. His expression then becomes severe. Do you regret it? This question forces a critical juncture in the trauma bond, compelling her to reaffirm her commitment to the pathological dynamic. She must consciously choose her captivity. No, she concludes after a pause. I don't regret it. I'm just scared. The admission of fear without regret is a perfect encapsulation of her psychological state. Lucian's response reinforces the core tenet of their environment. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. He is conditioning her to associate a state of perpetual anxiety with survival. Get some rest, he commands, then pauses at her call. She thanks him for his belief in her, another step in solidifying the bond. His facade softens for a moment. I've always believed in you, Elena. I just needed you to believe in yourself. He then departs, leaving her with the impossible task. The subject begins to eat, her mind already engaging with the mission. The conditioning is proving effective. The subject, Elena, initiates a rudimentary threat analysis. The suspect pool is extensive, encompassing high-value personnel, Marco, ranking security members, the paternal figure's command structure. The continued existence of these individuals indicates the perpetrator is not among them or possesses an unusually high degree of clandestine skill. The subject begins constructing a rudimentary psychological profile on a digital device, cross-referencing personnel with access credentials and temporal data. The attack vector required insider knowledge of protocols, schedules, and structural layouts, a variable that reduces the suspect pool, but not sufficiently. She continues this analysis until physiological symptoms manifest: sensory fatigue and acute muscular inflammation. After self-administering prescribed medication and setting an alarm, she attempts to enter a sleep state, which is promptly disrupted by trauma-induced nightmares. The subject experiences recurring visual intrusions. The face of the assailant, Adrienne, exhibiting extreme hostility while targeting the paternal figure. She relives the moment of impact, observing Lucian's expression of catastrophic psychological collapse. She awakens in a state of physiological distress, dyspnea, and hyperhidrosis. It is 300 hours. The duration of her sleep was approximately 2 hours. Remaining in the bed is identified as a negative stimulus, so she initiates ambulatory behavior. Donning a robe, she navigates the darkened, silent residence. Staff are inactive. The security shift change is scheduled for 400 hours, marking this as a period of minimal activity. Her movement, seemingly undirected, terminates at her father's study. The door is ajar, with light emanating from the gap, an anomaly in the established routine. Elena enters the room. The paternal figure, Dominic, is at his desk, processing a high volume of documents. His focus immediately shifts, his expression one of clinical concern. "Can't sleep?" he queries. "Bad dreams," she responds. "A minimalist report." He indicates the paperwork. "Romano and I started together," he states, an abrupt shift in topic. "Did you know that? 30 years ago, we were just two kids trying to make a name for ourselves." Elena assumes a seated position opposite him. "What happened?" "Life," he responds. "Choices." His pathology trended toward power over loyalty. "My objective was to build something lasting." He presents a photograph from the desk depicting two young males, himself and Romano, displaying positive affect. "I should have seen it. The indicators were present." "You can't pathologize your own misplaced trust." "Can't I? I hold ultimate responsibility for this organization. My function is to protect everyone, and I experienced a catastrophic failure." He returns the photo to the desk. "Your mother would have identified the deception. She always saw through the performative masks of others." The emotional tenor of the room shifts. "Tell me about her," Elena requests, her vocal tone subdued. "You never engage in disclosure about her." A significant pause follows. When Dominic resumes speaking, his voice exhibits signs of emotional distress. "She was a duality of fire and ice, brilliant, capable of profound ruthlessness when necessary, and possessed no fear response. She could enter a room of high-threat individuals and establish dominance within minutes." He produces a faint smile. "A familiar profile." "Yes, your behavioral patterns strongly correlate with hers. Honestly, it induces a state of terror in me." "Why?" "The subsequent disclosure is a critical, emotional blow. because her death was the direct result of the same behaviors you are now exhibiting. Proving oneself, accepting high-risk scenarios, refusing protective oversight. She was conducting intelligence operations against a rival organization, he continues, his speech pattern strained. Gathering intel. I assessed the risk as too high, advocating for a delay. She proceeded anyway. Elena reports a sensation of thoracic constriction. The official narrative was an automotive accident. She was unaware of the true etiology. What happened? They detected her. Her vehicle was compromised with an explosive device. She and your father, your biological father, were killed instantly. He averts his gaze, breaking eye contact. I assumed guardianship because your mother was my sister, and allowing you to be absorbed by the foster care system felt like a reenactment of that loss. This is it, the final data point that completes the psychological schematic. You've been attempting to protect me because you failed to protect her. Yes, Dad, I know. I know my behavior is an unfair projection onto you, and I recognize I've inhibited your development, but observing you enter that ballroom, with the high probability of your termination, his voice fractures. It was like experiencing her loss a second time. Elena rises, ambulates around the desk, and places her functional arm on her father's shoulders. He initiates a reciprocal embrace, and for the first time, she perceives tremors in the powerful leader of the family. I'm sorry, he vocalizes, for everything. For the arranged pairing, the attempts at control, the failure to recognize the capable adult she had become. You were enacting a protective strategy based on your own trauma. It was a flawed strategy. Perhaps, she concedes, but I am still operational, and I'm not withdrawing. They remain in this position, a father-daughter dyad achieving a new equilibrium amidst the psychological wreckage. When she disengages, he appears to have aged a decade, yet seems unburdened. This developing situation with Lucian, he begins cautiously. Are you certain? Yes. He is not an easy subject to form an attachment to. I am aware, she states, but I don't require easy. I require authentic. Dominic observes her, then nods. Your mother expressed the same sentiment about your father. She chose him with full awareness of his operational life, and she never reported regret, even at the end. He inhales deeply. She was terminated while pursuing her objectives, alongside the person she loved. There are less optimal ways to cease functioning. Elena does not fully internalize this logic, but she understands the rationale. In this moment, her mission parameters are recalibrated. I am going to identify Romano's asset, she declares, not as a proof of capability, but because it is the correct strategic and moral action for you, for the family, for all casualties of the attack. I know you will. A small smile formed. Just attempt to avoid further ballistic trauma. My cardiovascular system is not designed for it. I will make my best effort. With that, leaving him to his unresolved grief and his paperwork, she felt a greater sense of internal stability than she had in days. Yes, the objective was monumental, but she was no longer operating as a solo agent. Back in her room, Lucian was waiting in the corridor. Also unable to sleep? She asks. Sleep is not a part of my standard operational procedure, he replies. An occupational hazard. His gaze was an assessment. Are you functional? Approaching it. My father and I processed a significant amount of data related to my mother, regret, and complex family dynamics. She actuates the lock on her door. Requesting your entry? He displays a moment of hesitation. Elena, my objective is not to gain access to your bed. I'm requesting your presence as a stabilizing factor while I process threat intelligence, a completely different protocol. After a brief pause, he follows her inside. Elena proceeds to deploy her notes and laptop on the bed, arranging the materials into a makeshift intelligence board. Lucian secures a chair and observes. Vocalize the analysis, he suggests. Auditory processing can sometimes reveal new connections. Romano required high-level intelligence on our security apparatus. Shift patterns, access protocols, architectural plans, all of it. That data is stored in only 3 locations: the security hub, your files, and my father's private records. Marco manages security. I control my files, and my father's records are in a biometric safe. This implies the infiltrator is either Marco, you, my father, or an agent with access to one of you. Marco's loyalty has been verified over a 15-year period. I have, on record, trusted him with my life. My father, for logical reasons, is excluded as the suspect. That leaves you. Elena establishes direct eye contact. Before you activate a defensive response, I am not designating you as the mole. I am stating there is a significant intelligence gap. Lucian leans back, his cognitive processes engaged. What if the intelligence wasn't extracted from the files? What if an agent didn't need the files because they had access to the personnel, listening devices, cameras, an operative who could simply observe and record? A cognitive breakthrough is observed in Elena. The IT technicians. They install and maintain all our security technology, cameras, network infrastructure. And Romano insisted on funding an upgrade to our entire network. He framed it as a gift, a diplomatic gesture. We allowed his personnel to install the entire system. When? 6 months ago? 6 months. The time frame correlates precisely with the period when his niece, Adrienne, began to infiltrate her social circle. It aligns with the final phase of what we can now identify as Romano's master plan, a classic exhibition of a megalomaniac narcissist's grandiosity. We must conduct a forensic audit of every component his team handled. Elena says, cameras, computers, communications devices, all of it. That requires time. And if the mole detects our investigation, then we create a diversion. We make them believe we are investigating the wrong threat vector. Elena begins typing, accessing the family's organizational chart. We will announce a full security review, standard procedure after an attack, but we will publicly focus on personnel, physical vulnerabilities, the low-hanging fruit. Concurrently, we will covertly dismantle the technology. The strategy is viable, but we require a trusted operative to lead the technical audit. What about the consultant you retained last year, the one who secured the warehouse network? Lucian's expression changes. Chen, he's efficient, he maintains a low profile, and his allegiance is purely transactional. He's the ideal asset. An external contractor is exactly what is needed. An individual with no organizational history, no pre-existing loyalties to complicate the mission. Elena maintains his gaze. Do you trust him? To the extent that I trust any asset. Then establish contact with him tomorrow. Inform him it's a critical incident and his compensation will be doubled. Tripled. Chen does not engage in expedited response scenarios for less than triple his standard rate. Fine. Allocate whatever resources are necessary. Elena secures her data and powers down the laptop. The pain in her shoulder has intensified, with the analgesic effects having fully subsided. We have a plan. That is a baseline for progress. Lucian stands, moving toward the side of the bed. Administer your medication. Yes, doctor. This is a serious directive, Elena. You are a non-combatant if you are incapacitated by pain. She consumes the pills with water, Lucian observing to ensure compliance before turning toward the exit. Stay, Yelena says, the word uttered without conscious thought. A clear symptom of trauma bonding. He freezes. Elena, I'm not requesting anything. Simply your presence. My sleep is more effective when you're here. A physiological blush response is noted. Is that a sign of psychological weakness? No. He turns back, his expression neutral. It's a sign of honesty. He removes his footwear, positioning himself lengthwise on the bed covers, maintaining a deliberate distance. The female subject, Elena, turns onto her uninjured side to face him. Her query, "Tell me something," is a bid for intimacy, a request for data that might humanize the dominant figure. A calculated pause precedes his response, a classic manipulation tactic. He then presents a narrative of psychic distress. I have nightmares. About the people I've killed. Wait, this confession is not vulnerability. It is a carefully deployed tool to elicit empathy and forge a trauma bond. He frames his actions as necessary sacrifices, pathologizing regret as a luxury, a textbook rationalization for antisocial behavior. The subject's reported cardiac distress, heart seizes, is an observable physiological response to this psychological maneuver, but it doesn't make the faces go away. He adds, a final, poignant detail designed to solidify the bond. Her apology is reflexive, an indicator of successful emotional transference. He then pivots, framing his life of violence as a burden he might have miscalculated, subtly positioning himself as a victim. This is a common trait in megalomaniac narcissists. He links his existential conflict directly to her arrival. But then you, assigning her the role of potential savior. This elevates her importance within his narrative, a powerful reinforcement for a subject exhibiting symptoms of Stockholm Syndrome. He articulates a desire for an authentic life, contingent on her acceptance of his true nature, a final test of her loyalty. Elena's physical response, interlacing her fingers with his, signifies her acceptance of this role. She is not running. His stated fear, "That's what scares me," is a paradox designed to portray sensitivity while reinforcing his own perceived complexity. They remain in quiescent darkness, a state of feigned normalcy. The subject's descent into sleep is facilitated by a cocktail of analgesics and emotional exhaustion. The final sensory inputs she processes are his tactile soothing, a thumb tracing circles, a gesture of ownership, and a whispered promise of protection. I won't let anything happen to you. This reinforces her dependency. Her unvoiced protest is a fleeting moment of cognitive dissonance, quickly subsumed by the safe darkness of surrender. 2 days later, an external variable is introduced, an operative named Chen, a specialist in counter-surveillance whose unremarkable appearance is a professional asset. He arrives with 3 aluminum cases, his demeanor devoid of social pleasantries, suggesting extensive experience with high-stakes internal conflicts. The meeting takes place in a conference room with Lucian and Marco present. The subject's physical recovery is incomplete, a persistent somatic reminder of the initial trauma. Chen immediately identifies her by her role in that trauma, the one who took a bullet. Elena's self-assessment, a little of both, brave and stupid, displays an awareness of her own reckless behavior. Chen's curt response, triple rate buys a lot of speed, establishes the transactional nature of his involvement. He unveils an array of specialized electronic equipment. Chen addresses the core issue, stating, "Lucian says you think you're bugged." The certainty level is quantified at 90%. The critical detail emerges, a system overhaul by Romano's people 6 months prior, correlating directly with the onset of intelligence leaks. Chen's critique of their operational security, absolute garbage, is a clinical assessment of their critical failure to compartmentalize trust. Marco's defense, "We trusted him," is met with the fundamental axiom of their environment: never trust anyone in this business. The operative then presents a device for a comprehensive electronic sweep, demanding total network access under a pretense of a routine audit. The cover story, a structural integrity check, is confirmed by Elena. Chen's projection of the timeline, days, perhaps a week, sets expectations. He then lays out the strategic dilemma they will face upon discovery. Do you pull bugs and let them know you're onto them? Or do you leave them in place and start feeding them lies? This is a standard counterintelligence crossroads. The subject's shared glance indicates they had not engaged in this level of second-order thinking. When asked for a recommendation, Chen clarifies the objective. It depends entirely on their desired outcome. You want to find the mole? You leave it active. You want to secure your house? You rip it all out. The options are mutually exclusive. Without hesitation, Elena vocalizes the priority. We need the mole. This decision marks her full psychological integration into the organization's paranoid, combative mindset. Securing the larger system has taken precedence over personal safety. Chen's response, "Your funeral," is a detached acknowledgement of the inherent risk. He requires a guide for the sweep, someone with unrestricted access who will not attract suspicion. He dismisses Marco as too conspicuous and selects Elena, citing her unique status within the hierarchy. Her position grants her unquestioned access to any room, providing perfect cover. Lucian's immediate objection, "Absolutely not," is a predictable display of protective ownership. Elena counters with a logical strategic argument, demonstrating her evolving grasp of tradecraft. She correctly assesses that the risk is not tied to the guide's identity, but to the operation itself. By participating, she can manage the narrative. She accepts the assignment. Chen's instructions are pragmatic. Maintain a facade of normalcy. Within 2 hours, his expertise is validated as his scanner detects minute electronic transmissions within the building's infrastructure. The sweep commences in the primary conference room, an area previously considered secure. Within 20 minutes, this assumption is nullified. Chen locates 3 separate listening devices. His assessment is immediate. Sophisticated. Not spy store trash. The adversary is a professional. The question of tracing the signal is raised. Chen explains the likely methodology, a local receiver, which, if located, would lead to the traitor. The devices are left active per the agreed-upon strategy. It is at this point that the catastrophic operational failure becomes clear. The security meeting from 2 days prior, where their entire counterintelligence plan was discussed, was compromised. The realization precipitates a visceral stress response in Elena. The enemy is not only aware of the internal investigation, but knows the specific methodology being employed. The timeline for action has now been drastically compressed. The adversary will either flee or move to eliminate threats. Chen remains dispassionate, continuing his methodical scan. His advice is textbook: maintain routine, project normalcy, and cease discussing sensitive information in compromised locations. The rest of the afternoon is an exercise in quantifying the breach. The infiltration is extensive, targeting every critical node of the operation. The discovery of a micro camera aimed at the hallway outside Elena's bedroom constitutes a severe psychological escalation. The violation of her private space is profound. Chen notes its external placement, a detail offering minimal comfort. The subject begins a process of frantic cognitive recall, reevaluating all past interactions in that location through the lens of hostile surveillance. By evening, the diagnostic map reveals a clear pattern. The placement of devices is not random, but clustered around centers of command and information exchange. As Chen notes from a secure closet, someone knew exactly what they wanted to hear. This was not a passive dragnet. It was targeted intelligence gathering. The total device count has reached 23, with the sweep incomplete. The digital map shows glowing clusters corresponding to offices, conference rooms, and the security center. The adversary's goal was predictive insight into the organization's strategic movements. Analysis of the power sources suggests an operational window of 6 to 8 months, confirming the subject's timeline of fear. The location of the primary receiver remains the most significant tactical problem. The broadcast radius is approximately half a mile, an area encompassing dozens of structures and a large population, making identification exceedingly difficult. Chen attempts to narrow the search area by analyzing signal strength discrepancies, theorizing a west or central location for the receiver. This analytical process is cut short by Lucian's arrival. His nonverbal cues signal a crisis. The announcement, "We have a problem," is followed by the report of a violent external event. The threat has escalated from passive surveillance to active aggression and attempted homicide on Chen's assistant. The game has changed. Case File 7B. The initial provocation was an act of calculated aggression. A subject's vehicle was forced from the roadway en route to the rendezvous. Lucien's diagnostic assessment was immediate. Whoever's listening knows exactly what we're doing, and they're done playing nice. The environment of the hospital waiting room, with its distinct olfactory markers of antiseptic and anxiety, provided the backdrop. The target, one David Chen, survived with moderate trauma, a concussion, multiple rib fractures. He was, however, lucid enough to provide key data on the assault vehicle. Black SUV, he reported from his bed. Total pro job. They came up on me at a red light, just shoved me straight into the intersection. I swerved, ate a pole. They never even slowed down. When prompted for a description of the driver, the response was negative. Windows were tinted, but I got a partial plate. He recited 3 digits and a letter. Subject Marco immediately began processing the information. Elena's focus remained at the victim, observing the poorly suppressed fear responses. She inquired about potential information leaks. Just Chen and whoever you told. This limited the breach to the immediate cell. Lucien and Marco. Elena's cognitive processing presented 2 hypotheses: a deeply embedded unknown operative or a surveillance net so complete that any deviation from baseline behavior triggered an immediate, violent response. The senior Chen proposed extraction. "This job isn't worth your life." The victim exhibited defiance, a common reaction to victimization. "The hell it's not! You're paying triple." He attempted to mobilize. Besides, I'm not getting run off by some corporate goon. I'm a New Yorker. We don't run from traffic. A brief, anomalous display of humor from Elena. You sure? I'm sure. Just get me a laptop and a bottle of painkillers. I can work from here. Marco's device signaled. He excused himself, returning moments later with heightened physiological stress indicators. A clenched jaw. The plates are registered to a shell company, Northside Logistics. Guess who the parent company is? Romano, Lucien stated, his vocal tone devoid of inflection. Romano's son, actually, Michael, the one who vanished after his old man got pinched. For Elena, this information triggered a pronounced vasoconstrictive response. He's still in the city, and apparently he's very interested in finishing what his father started. Marco displayed the subject's file photo. Michael Romano, approximately 30 years of age, possessed the same detached, predatory gaze as his father. He's been seen twice this week, both times near our properties. Lucien's analysis: he's cleaning house, Lucy, tying up loose ends before he disappears for good. Or before he makes his next play, Elena countered, exhibiting a more proactive threat assessment. His father failed, but the machine is still running. The surveillance, the contacts, all of it. If Michael's smart and he looks it, he's going to use everything his father built to try again. A classic pattern of a megalomaniac narcissist attempting to restore a tarnished legacy. Then we find him before he does. Lucien shifted focus to logistics. How fast can you finish this sweep with David out? 2 days minimum, could be 3. You've got 1. After that, we go dark. We rip out every bug, change every code. We assume everything has been compromised. That'll let them know we're onto them. They already know. They tried to kill David. The time for being subtle is over. Chen acquiesced without protest, departing with the practiced efficiency of his profession. In the corridor, Elena initiated a private conference with Lucien. We need to talk about the plan. What about it? Chen finding the bugs doesn't matter if we can't find Michael. He's the real danger here. He knows what his father knew, and he has absolutely nothing to lose. Her vocal tone lowered. I think we need to bait him. Lucien's rejection was instantaneous. Absolutely not. Just hear me out. I don't need to hear you. I already know exactly what you're going to say, and the answer is no. Elena exhibited a sharp anger response. You have no idea what I was going to say. You were going to suggest using yourself as bait, again, because apparently getting shot once wasn't enough of a lesson for you. It worked last time. This rationalization of past trauma is a key marker. You got lucky last time. Adrian was an emotional wreck. Michael Romano is not. He's cold, he's patient, and he just proved he will kill to protect himself. Her logic here is chillingly sound, a symptom of advanced Stockholm syndrome, where the victim adopts the predator's mindset. He sees me as the loose end, the girl who wrecked his father's entire world. If I make myself an easy target, then he kills you. And I have to spend the rest of my life knowing I stood by and let it happen. Lucien's voice was low, indicative of extreme distress. No, find another way. There is no other way. We are out of time, and he's a ghost. We either draw him into the light, or we spend the next 6 months waiting for the knife in the dark. Then we spend 6 months looking over our shoulders. The subjects were at a clinical impasse, a conflict between Elena's trauma-driven compulsion for resolution and Lucien's protective, albeit codependent instincts. She recognized his underlying fear but could not allow it to dictate strategy. "I'm doing this, with or without you," she stated, her voice quiet but firm. A clear manipulation tactic. "You can either help me do it right, or you can watch from the sidelines and pray." "That's not fair." "No, but it's the truth." She initiated physical contact, a gesture meant to de-escalate. "I know you're scared. I am too, but we both know this is the only move we have left." Lucien displayed a nonverbal signal of capitulation, closing his eyes. "I hate that you're right." "Get used to it. Happens a lot." A brief return of the anomalous humor. "We do this my way. Controlled location, back up on every exit, and you are wearing a vest." "Obviously. And if one single thing, feels off, you walk. No heroics, no last-minute plans. Agreed?" "Agreed." He initiated intimate contact, forehead to forehead, a display of profound attachment anxiety. "If something happens to you, it won't. Then you'll do what you always do. You'll survive. You'll protect what's ours, and you'll burn whoever is responsible to the ground." She broke contact, re-establishing eye contact to reinforce her position. "But it won't come to that, because we are going to plan this down to the second, execute it without a single mistake, and we are going to end this tonight." "Tonight?" Michael's spooked. "He tried to kill David in the middle of the day. That's not a power move, that's desperation. And desperate men make mistakes. We're going to use that?" Her analysis of the perpetrator's psychological state was dangerously accurate. Marco returned. "I've got eyes all over the city looking for Michael. Nothing." "That's because he's waiting for his shot," Elena stated. "So let's give him one. Somewhere public enough for him to feel safe, but contained enough for us to trap him." "Like where?" Marco inquired. We observe Elena rapidly processing environmental variables for an optimal entrapment scenario. A location Michael would find credible, one that wouldn't trigger his paranoia. The memorial service. The query was met with looks of confusion from her associates. "What memorial service?" Lucien asked, his speech deliberately slow. Her explanation was concise. "The one for the attack victims we're announcing today. It's a public thing at the church on 7th. We already said I'd be giving the eulogy." The psychological bait is potent. Michael would perceive an opportunity to strike at a moment of maximum emotional vulnerability. In a venue with multiple egress points, it is almost too obvious, but she provides the critical variable. "He would if we make it look real. We leak the plan in one of the bugged rooms, make it look like we're fumbling to keep it a secret. The gambit is that he intercepts the information, believing he has an intelligence advantage, and proceeds with his own operation." Marco's nonverbal cues indicated immediate acceptance of the strategy. "We could lock down the church, have guys on every door. He walks in, and we spring the trap." Lucien, fulfilling his role as the risk assessor, countered, "And what if he brings an army?" "Then we bring a bigger one," she replied. "But I'm betting he comes alone. He's trying to fly under the radar. Finish this quietly. A whole spectacle brings heat he just can't handle." Lucien's kinesics, running a hand through his hair, indicated a cognitive shift. He was processing the high-risk proposal as potentially viable. "This is insane. This is our best shot," Elena concluded, "and we are taking it." The operational phase was initiated with alarming speed. Marco began communications with the church, fabricating a cover story regarding a private family service. Chen executed a scripted conversation in a compromised conference room for the benefit of hostile surveillance. Lucien mobilized 24 armed operatives with the directive to capture Michael alive if tactically feasible. Elena's preparation phase consisted of mental conditioning for the high-risk encounter. The ballistic vest served as both physical and psychological armor. The compact pistol Lucien insisted she carry was concealed against her torso by a black dress. "You remember how to use that thing?" he queried, inspecting her weapon posture repeatedly. Her response was clinical. "Point, shoot. Try not to hit anyone I like." "I got it. Elena," she met his gaze directly. "I've been training for 6 months. I know what I'm doing." "I know you do," he conceded. "Doesn't make this any easier." She touched his face, palpating the tension in his jaw. "After tonight, it's all over. We have Michael, the bugs are gone, and we can finally breathe." "And if it goes sideways?" "Then we improvise. It's what we do." She initiated a brief, intense kiss. He muttered, "Trust me, I do. That's the problem." It's in this exchange that the clinical analysis falters. The underlying dynamic is exposed, a powerful pathological attachment between two individuals operating under extreme chronic duress. The selected venue, an old church, was tactically ideal for containment. 1 primary entrance, 2 secondary exits, and a balcony for overwatch. Marco's personnel integrated seamlessly into the environment, poised for action. Subject Elena is positioned as the primary lure, presenting a clear target across the vacant expanse of the cathedral. The formal proceedings are an hour away, a calculated window of time provided for the target, Michael, to perform his own environmental assessment. The subject's exposure is palpable. She is clad in a black dress, the ballistic vest beneath it, a constant, heavy pressure against her thoracic cavity. The firearm she carries offers minimal psychological comfort against the potential for an explosive, high-impact assault. Her vocalization into a concealed microphone, "Anything?" indicates a state of high alert. The response from the observer, Lucien, is notable for its pronounced lack of emotional inflection. His position in the balcony provides a tactical overview, what is often termed a God's eye view. His directive, "Stay sharp," serves to maintain her heightened state of vigilance as the temporal distortion of waiting continues. The subject simulates a review of speech notes, a cover for her systematic scanning of the environment. Light filtering through stained glass projects distorted colored patterns across the interior, a condition which significantly impairs visual acuity. The acoustic signature of the main door opening signals a change in stimulus. An individual enters, male, mid-30s, dressed in a maintenance uniform and carrying a toolbox. His kinesics suggest a familiarity with the environment, a practiced ease designed to deflect suspicion. However, prolonged exposure to photographic intelligence of Michael Romano allows the subject to bypass the disguise. Target acquired, she vocalizes, a low-effect report. Main entrance, maintenance uniform. Lucian's response is immediate. "I see him. Hold your position." The perpetrator, Michael, proceeds down the central aisle with deliberate slowness, his saccadic eye movements indicating a search for anomalies. He is testing the environment for a trap. Yet his pathology, A clear display of megalomaniac narcissism compels him forward, closing the distance. The subject's cardiac rhythm accelerates, a standard physiological response to imminent threat. The proximity decreases, 20 feet, 15, 10. Miss Varelli, the perpetrator's voice is effectively flat, a professional mask. I'm here to check on the sound system. Father Matthews mentioned there was a problem with the mics. This is a classic pretext, an attempt at social engineering. Did he? The subject's hand moves toward the concealed weapon. That's odd. I didn't hear anything about a problem. Maybe he just forgot to tell you. You know how he is? Michael places his toolbox on the floor. The click of the latches opening is a distinct auditory trigger. I'll just have a quick look. I don't think so. At this direct refusal, the perpetrator's behavioral mask dissolves, a typical narcissistic reaction to being denied control. Sorry. The subject repeats the denial with increased volume. I said, I don't think so. Because you're not a maintenance worker, and we both know exactly why you're here. Elena produces the firearm, holding it in a low ready position, but ensuring it is visible to the target. Hello, Michael. A momentary cessation of activity follows. Then the perpetrator smiles, a chilling replication of his father's expression, devoid of warmth and indicative of pure calculation. Clever girl, your father's daughter through and through. His hand moves into the toolbox, but not clever enough. The situation escalates into open violence. Michael produces a weapon. Elena seeks cover behind the podium as the room erupts in auditory chaos. Lucian's voice, now stripped of its calm, issues sharp commands through her earpiece, concurrent with the sound of tactical movement from multiple directions. Michael discharges his weapon twice, both shots missing. From cover, Elena returns fire, her training dictating she aim for center mass. It is unknown if her shots are effective. She continues to pull the trigger until the weapon is empty. The subject is then physically seized and forcibly extracted from the conflict zone towards a secondary exit. The handler is identified as Marco, his expression purely functional. Move now. Did we get him? He's down. Can't tell if he's dead or just wounded. Either way, we're getting you out of here. They emerge into bright sunlight. A vehicle is waiting, its engine active. The subject is propelled into the rear of the car, followed by Marco. The vehicle is in motion before the doors are secured. The subject exhibits tremors, a classic symptom of a massive adrenaline dump. Is Lucian? He's fine. He's with Michael. We'll meet up at the safe house. The designated safe house is an unremarkable apartment within a family-owned property. There, Elena exhibits agitated pacing, a common method of managing extreme stress, while Marco attempts to gather intelligence via phone. The subject is experiencing tinnitus and musculoskeletal pain from the impact of her fall. 30 minutes later, Lucian arrives. His shirt is stained with blood, determined not to be his own, which elicits a palpable relief response from Elena. His facial expression is one of severe anger. Michael? She inquires. Alive, he states. Shot in the shoulder and the leg, he'll live long enough for a trial. Lucian then approaches Elena, cupping her face with his hands in a gesture of assessment. Are you hurt? No, shaken, but I'm fine. You shot him. I shot at him. I don't know if I actually... You hit him, he interrupts. Shoulder shot was yours, clean through, just missed the artery. He then initiates a forceful kiss, This is not a purely romantic gesture. It is a complex behavioral display, a fusion of relief from perceived threat and residual anger from the preceding events, a powerful reinforcer in a developing trauma bond. Don't you ever do that again, the command is telling. Do what? Follow the plan we all agreed on? Scare me like that. When he pulled that gun, Lucian's voice shows a rare crack in composure. I thought I was going to watch you die. Elena initiates an embrace, seeking comfort from the primary figure of authority in her high-stress environment, a textbook manifestation of what we identify as Stockholm Syndrome. I'm okay. We're okay. And it's over. Is it? Marco's interjection from the doorway shifts the focus. Because Michael is talking, and what he's saying is very interesting. The group convenes around an audio file. Michael's voice, strained but saturated with his typical arrogance, confirms the operational hypothesis. The surveillance was orchestrated by his father, a figure exhibiting similar narcissistic traits, with Michael serving as the operational manager, preparing for a hostile takeover. Further intelligence is revealed. The perpetrator begins to name co-conspirators, corrupt law enforcement officials, and then the critical disclosure, the identity of the internal asset who compromised the Varelli organization's security protocols. The atmosphere in the room changes drastically upon hearing the name. Thomas Reeves, Michael says on the recording, head of your IT. He installed everything, maintained it, even helped us map out the best placement for the bugs. We paid him $200,000 up front, with another $100,000 when the job was done. Reeves, a low-profile employee of 3 years, who possessed complete administrative access to their entire digital infrastructure. I want him found, Lucian says, his tone glacial. Now. Already on it, Marco replies. But he's gone, vanished since yesterday. Then we find out where he ran, and we drag him back. Lucian redirects his attention to Elena. You did it. You found the mole. This direct attribution of success serves as a powerful psychological reward, reinforcing her value within the group. The subject processes this information with a mixture of satisfaction and profound exhaustion. The 1-month deadline to identify a traitor was met in 3 weeks. What happens now? She asks. Now, Lucian states, we clean house. Every system Reeves ever touched gets ripped out and replaced. Every code gets changed. Every piece of hardware gets audited. He pulls her into his proximity. And you get a permanent seat at the table. No more tests, no more provisional status. You earned it. Elena leans into him, the last of the adrenal response finally subsiding. What about Michael and his father? They'll face justice. Our kind of justice, not the legal system's, he clarifies, his expression grim. This statement delineates the group's complete detachment from societal legal norms. The council will make the final call, but my guess is exile if they get lucky, execution if they don't. And Reeves? Same deal. He betrayed the family. There's only one punishment for that. The subject's reported lack of guilt or moral conflict is clinically significant. It indicates a deep psychological alignment with the group's ethos, a cognitive adaptation where empathy for outsiders is suppressed. For her, the impending violence is not cruelty, it is consequence. I want to go home, she says, her voice low. Lucian nods. Let's go home. The return to the mansion is perceived by the subject as different, lighter, a subjective sign of her own internal acceptance of her place within this violent system. while an operative named Chen conducts a technical sweep, removing the surveillance devices. The domestic staff functions with a complete lack of awareness regarding the violent conflict that nearly occurred. In her private quarters, Elena removes her tactical gear. Her musculature is in pain. The firearm is secured. She observes her reflection, cataloging new contusions alongside existing scars, a physical record of her conditioning. Lucian appears in the doorway, having changed out of the blood-stained shirt. "You should rest." "Should, won't." She turns to face him. "It's really over." He offers a classic grooming statement, normalizing future conflict. "This part is, but there will be others. Always." He closes the distance between them, his hands making contact with her waist. "This life doesn't get easier, Elena. It just gets messier, riskier. Are you absolutely sure this is what you want?" The question serves as a final test of her commitment. The subject engages in a moment of self-reflection, weighing the fear and violence against her current psychological state. Having previously attempted to escape this environment, she now makes a conscious choice to fully integrate. "I'm sure," she confirms, "not because it's simple or safe, but because it's mine, my choice, my life, and because I have you." This is a critical moment of rationalization where the victim reframes her trauma bond as a liberating choice. "You have me," he agrees. "For better or for worse. Let's be honest, probably for worse, given our history." "I'll take worse. Worse keeps things interesting." He initiates a prolonged kiss, and for the subject, this provides a feeling of psychological resolution. The trauma bond is complete. Her assimilation is successful. The strategic variables were overwhelmingly negative, complicated, high risk, with a statistical probability of catastrophic failure. Yet, from a psychological standpoint, it was a necessary catharsis. When the subjects disengage, Lucian exhibits a need for physical proximity, resting his forehead on hers. His dialogue shifts to logistical concerns. "The council convenes tomorrow. A full debriefing. Michael subject is expected. Surveillance, everything. Your presence is required." Her response is affirmative. "And following that," he probes, "post-event, we establish a new operational baseline mutually." Mutually? The subject repeats the term, an indication of its novelty within his cognitive framework. The sound of that is acceptable. Elena displays a slight smile, a sign of rapport. Agreed. The urban environment continues its baseline activity, oblivious. Within this ecosystem, the fugitive, Thomas Reeves, remains at large. The Romanos, Michael and his father, are poised to receive a significant and unfavorable systemic response. The entire criminal network is undergoing a structural realignment predicated on the fact that Elena Varley's classification has shifted from protected asset to active agent. She has demonstrated tactical value, thereby securing her hierarchical position. For the first time, observation suggests the subject is experiencing a state of complete psychological alignment with her environment. Here, within the clandestine power structure, co-constructing a new paradigm with her chosen partner. This outcome deviates significantly from her initial escape-oriented objectives. It is superior. It is homeostatic. The council chamber now elicits a different psychological response. Elena enters with a posture indicating confidence, absent the anxiety markers observed during her initial exposure. Lucian is adjacent, his role redefined from protector to peer. Her placement at the primary table, a position of authority, not observation, is met with silent acquiescence. Dominic, the patriarch, is positioned at the head, his physical state showing marked improvement from previous weeks. A facial laceration has resolved to a faint scar. Marco, his subordinate, maintains a position behind him, arms crossed in a defensive posture, conducting a threat assessment of the room, a conditioned response to past trauma. The other family heads are present. Santos arrives first, acknowledging Elena with a nod that communicates genuine recognition of her new status. Castellano enters next, his facial expression suggesting extreme displeasure, though he accepts the necessity of his attendance. Moretti is also present, pointedly avoiding eye contact with her in a display of passive resistance. "We will begin," Dominic states once all parties are seated. The agenda is substantial. The initial hour is dedicated to procedural matters and updates regarding the Romano threat. Both father and son have been isolated in a secure facility pending the council's final disposition. The son, Michael, has reportedly provided extensive intelligence in exchange for leniency, detailing his father's entire conspiracy. The confession was exhaustive, providing the necessary leverage to fully dismantle the remaining infrastructure of the Romano organization. The salient question, Santos interjects, is the disposition of their assets, the port facilities, their political network, the entire apparatus constructed over 3 decades. It cannot simply be erased. It will be partitioned, Castellano asserts immediately, prorated based on losses incurred during the conflict. My organization suffered 2 casualties. That requires compensation. All factions incurred losses, Marco retorts. Quantifying them via body count is a flawed and unproductive metric. What is your alternative proposal? Elena had remained silent, observing, analyzing each participant's agenda. Now she intervenes. We do not partition it. We integrate it. A complete cessation of sound occurs in the room. Every individual's attention is now fixated on her. Elucidate, Dominic commands. The Romano network's efficacy was derived from its symbiotic structure. The port fed the logistics which funded the politicians who, in turn, protected the port. Fragmenting this system renders it inert. However, if maintained as a cohesive whole and administered collectively, she allows the concept to be processed. You are proposing a consortium, Santos verbalizes, analyzing the thought. Shared operational control over all former Romano enterprises. I am proposing a paradigm shift away from rivalrous, factional competition for limited resources and toward a coalition. Our strength is collective. Romano demonstrated this principle. He nearly neutralized all of us because we were too fixated on protecting our individual territories to perceive the systemic threat. Moretti exhibits an audible scoff, a sign of contempt. A naive proposition. Partnerships are inherently unstable in this environment. One party inevitably succumbs to greed. Betrayal is a statistical certainty. As Romano demonstrated, Elena counters, establishing direct eye contact. You are correct. Greed is a factor, but that is a symptom of a system designed to incentivize it. Consider a different system, one with transparent protocols, auditable records, and mutually agreed upon consequences for betrayal established a priori. You are describing a corporate entity, Castellano states, his tone intended to be pejorative. I am describing an adaptive survival strategy. The operational landscape is evolving. Law enforcement methodologies are becoming more sophisticated. Technology is eroding our ability to maintain clandestine operations. And each year, more actors like Romano will emerge, viewing our internal conflicts as a strategic vulnerability. Elena leans forward, increasing her physical presence. We either adapt or we become extinct. The logic is binary. Santos begins a slow, affirmative nod. Her assessment is not incorrect. I have maintained for years that the traditional methodologies are failing. Perhaps it is time for a new approach. And you would place your trust in these individuals to honor an agreement? Moretti gestures at the room. Castellano would monetize his own matriarch for a favorable position. The Varleys are proposing this solely to consolidate their own power. The Varleys are proposing this. Dominic interjects, his voice cold and sharp. Because my daughter was nearly killed neutralizing Romano's insurgency, and because she is correct. We have been operating on ego and tradition while our foundations erode. Frankly, my tolerance for it is exhausted. The room's equilibrium shatters into open conflict. Castellano and Moretti engage in a shouting match. Santos attempts to de-escalate. Other members contribute to the general cacophony. Elena observes the chaos, identifying the precise factional fissures Romano exploited. The subjects lack mutual trust. They can barely tolerate cohabitation in a single space. This vulnerability is a fatal flaw. Lucian's hand makes contact with hers beneath the table, a nonverbal signal of support. Silence. Her father's voice cuts through the noise with practiced authority. This will not be decided today. It will, however, be considered. Elena will draft a formal proposal. Structure, profit-sharing models, enforcement mechanisms. A complete blueprint. We will reconvene in 2 weeks for a review. 2 weeks, Moretti objects. The time frame is insufficient. Then her work must be efficient. This meeting is concluded. The family heads depart, some still in dispute, others already calculating strategic implications. Santos pauses at Elena's position. Proposing such a radical departure from doctrine required significant courage. Or it was merely reckless, she replies. The distinction is often subtle. He smiles. For the record, I concur with your thesis. We require change. The operative question is whether these entrenched personalities are capable of adapting. Following his departure, Elena remains seated in the empty chamber, processing the immense scope of her self-imposed task, a complete restructuring of their reality, predicated on a foundation of trust that is non-existent and a level of cooperation that is antithetical to their core psychological drivers. You are aware of the probability of failure, correct? Lucian asks. It is high. You will face resistance on every clause. Moretti will actively attempt sabotage. Castellano will employ manipulative negotiation tactics. Even those who agree in principle will experience cognitive dissonance when confronted with the specifics. I am aware. Then what was the strategic purpose? Elena turns to him. Because an intervention is necessary. Repeating the same dysfunctional behaviors while expecting a different outcome is a clinical definition of insanity. She searches for the precise phrasing. My objective is to build a sustainable system, not merely to survive until the next Romano emerges, but to create something stable, something superior. Lucian observes her for a protracted moment. You genuinely believe this is achievable? It must be. Otherwise, the entire endeavor is meaningless. He draws her closer, kissing her forehead in a gesture of reassurance. Now, as in that case, I will provide support for the attempt, despite the high likelihood of a spectacular failure. That is the correct mindset. For the next week, Elena engages in a period of intense, focused labor, averaging 18 hours per day. She conducts a deep analysis of the Romano assets, mapping all interconnections and consulting with legal and financial specialists who operate within this specific paralegal environment. Marco provides intelligence assessments. Her father offers historical context. Santos even contributes his own unsolicited analysis. Lucian functions as a constant presence, a critical sounding board, remaining with her late into the night to challenge her logic and compel her to justify every component of the strategy. The process was grueling, frustrating, and precisely what was required. This profit distribution algorithm will present a significant enforcement challenge, he observes, reviewing her latest draft. Acknowledged. But a model based solely on contribution would incentivize Castellano to falsify records. An equal share model would incite Moretti to complain of carrying a disproportionate load. So, you have triangulated a midpoint and are hoping the resulting dissatisfaction is not sufficient to trigger a complete rejection. That is an accurate summary. Lucian sets the documents aside. The work is methodologically sound, Elena. Exceptional, but you know they will attempt to deconstruct it regardless. Let them. It provides a baseline for negotiation. The second council meeting was characterized by an even greater degree of hostility than the first. Moretti immediately rejected the profit formula. Castellano demanded greater control over the enforcement arm. Santos endorsed the general framework but wished to modify the governance structure. This was merely the opening phase. For 3 hours, they engaged in a systematic deconstruction of the proposal, challenging every clause and interrogating every assumption. Elena maintained her position, defending the plan, conceding on minor points while holding firm on its core principles. Lucian provided quiet but unwavering support. Even her father intervened, reminding the others that the only alternative was to remain systemically weak. This is all pathologically idealistic, Moretti sneered, his vocal tone saturated with condescension. But what is the protocol when the agreement is breached? When one family prioritizes its own interests above the collective's? The next phase involves the enforcement of consequences, collectively. Subject Elena then produced another file. This document outlines a complete methodology for dispute resolution, neutral arbitration, escalating penalties for non-compliance, and, in extreme cases, collective action against the offending party. The implication was clear: internecine warfare. My meaning is that we establish mutual accountability. And yes, conflict is a possible outcome. However, a controlled conflict with established protocols is vastly preferable to the current state of anarchic violence. The subject Castellano then probed for a locus of power. And the definition of extreme? Who makes that final adjudication? The collective, she stated. A majority vote of the council, with the accused party recused. No single individual can wield that authority. The inquiries continued, each designed to identify a structural flaw. Subject Elena parried each one, her confidence appearing to correlate positively with the structural integrity of her proposal. It was not without its imperfections. A system involving this many competing subjects exhibiting narcissistic traits could hardly be flawless, but its foundation was sound. Ultimately, Dominic initiated a vote. All in favor of implementing this framework on a trial basis? Santos signaled his assent immediately. A pause, then 2 more family representatives followed, and then another. Subjects Moretti and Castellano abstained, a critical distinction from voting in opposition. The motion was carried. Elena reported a somatic release of long-held tension. This was not simple relief, as the primary stressor was only just beginning, but rather a form of validation. It was confirmation that her cognitive models were viable, that her capabilities extended beyond mere threat evasion and counterintelligence. "A congratulations is in order," Santos noted post-session. "You have effectively re-engineered the city's entire criminal apparatus." "What is the effective experience?" he inquired. "Terror," Elena admitted. "Excellent. Maintain that state. It is a catalyst for heightened vigilance." That evening, the family unit convened for a meal. The setting was informal, a departure from the rigid protocols Elena was accustomed to. Present were her father, Lucien, Marco, and a small cohort of senior operatives whose long-term affiliation granted them familial status. Dominic raised his glass in a toast. "To Elena, who accomplished in 1 month what we failed to achieve in decades." "I was not without support," she countered. "You were provided resources. The application of those resources was entirely your own." His smile exhibited genuine paternal pride, an approval she had evidently craved for a significant period. "Your mother would have exhibited immense pride." This statement triggered a potent emotional response, far exceeding the subject's own expectations. She raised her own glass, attempting to suppress the sudden onset of lacrimation. "To family, the biological and the chosen." They drank. For the first time, Elena experienced a genuine sense of belonging. Not as a protected asset to be managed, but as a peer. She was an individual who had secured her position at the table through demonstrated performance, not merely through lineage. Later, with most of the attendees departed, Lucien located her on a balcony overlooking the gardens, the same physical space where, weeks prior, she had contemplated fleeing her environment entirely. "Are you considering an escape?" he asked, displaying an acute perception of her internal state. "No, merely recalling the impulse to do so." She leaned into his physical support as he placed his arms around her waist. "It feels like a previous existence." And in a clinical sense, it was. "You have undergone a transformation." Duh. Is the prognosis positive or negative?" "It is authentic." The Elena who contemplated flight was a subject motivated by fear, a feeling of entrapment, seeking only an exit. "This iteration of Elena," he continued, turning her to face him, "alters the fundamental dynamics of any room she enters. She confronts men of twice her age and compels their compliance. She deconstructs and rebuilds power structures that have been in place for generations. This Elena also sustains gunshot wounds and near-fatal exsanguination with some regularity." "An observation," he conceded with a shrug. "Perfection is not a variable." He then initiated a prolonged, deep kiss. "But you are perfect for me." Elena created a small distance, enough to establish direct eye contact. "So what is the next phase?" "Romano has been neutralized, the family's restructured, the immediate crisis averted. What follows?" "We build. We protect the new structure. And we address emergent threats as new threats are a constant." His entire demeanor became markedly serious. "And we must define the nature of this. Us." I was under the impression that had been established. "We have established mutual affection and a functional partnership, correct?" but there are logistical and structural details to resolve. Cohabitation, the integration of personal and professional spheres, whether. His speech faltered. Whether what? Whether your desired future state aligns with my own. Elena's physiological response was a sudden increase in heart rate. And what future is that? One in which your role is not limited to partner in crime, colloquially speaking, where this, he indicated the space between them, becomes permanent, official. She observed him in silence. Are you making the inquiry I believe you are making? I'm inquiring if you would consider it at a future point when conditions have stabilized. He exhibited clear signs of anxiety. A dissonant presentation for an individual who typically faced mortal threats with disinterest. I am aware of the complexities, our environment, the expectations, all of it. But I need you to be aware of my cognitive emotional state. So if that is not something you would ever desire. Elena terminated his anxious verbal spiral with a kiss. Yes. A simple affirmation. Yes, I would consider it. Yes, I desire that future. Yes to the entire proposition. She found the stunned expression on his face a source of amusement. Did you genuinely anticipate a negative response? I hypothesized you might require a period of deliberation to achieve certainty. Lucien, I have been certain about you since I was 18 years old. All preceding behaviors were merely a holding pattern, waiting for you to reach the same conclusion. He kissed her again, with greater intensity this time, and Elena felt the last remnants of her former persona disintegrate. The subject who wished to flee, who perceived her world as a prison, she was gone. In her place was a new construct, stronger, more self-possessed, a more actualized version of herself than had ever existed. The next morning, Elena was awakened by her phone's vibration, a text message from an unrecognized number. A meeting is required. Substantial information regarding Reeves. Arrive unaccompanied. An address was included. She analyzed the message, noting that every one of her conditioned survival responses signaled a trap. Thomas Reeves had disappeared completely following Michael's arrest, vanishing into the kind of obscurity such operatives utilize. There had been no intelligence, no chatter, until this moment. Elena recognized the logical course of action. Inform Lucien, bring armed support, manage the situation tactically. But the location was a public coffee shop in a high-traffic area, offering a degree of plausible safety, and the directive was to come alone. A decision was made. 40 minutes later, she entered the coffee shop, her senses primed to detect any anomaly. It was the morning rush, dense with individuals acquiring coffee before work. No overt threats were visible, no individuals matching his profile of an enforcer. And then she saw him. Thomas Reeves was secluded in a rear corner, appearing significantly diminished from her memory of him. He was pallid, showing signs of extreme fatigue, and possessed the vacant expression of an individual who has accepted his own mortality and is merely awaiting its execution. Elena occupied the opposing seat in the booth. It requires a significant degree of audacity to contact me. Acknowledged, but it was a necessity. He slid a flash drive across the table. My complete operational history for Romano, every collaborator, every compromised system. The data is all here. The motivation? Jim, because my termination is inevitable regardless of my actions. Romano's associates will kill me for my failure. Your associates will kill me for betraying the family. This action at least allows for the possibility. that my death follows a single act of decency. Elena assessed him, observing only authentic fear and regret. You accepted $200,000 to betray the trust of your colleagues. Your actions resulted in fatalities. I am aware. His voice fractured. I required the funds. For medical expenses. My daughter, she is ill, and the policy would not provide coverage. Sit. He paused, as if recognizing the inadequacy of the excuse. It is not a justification, I know that, but this is an attempt at restitution. By providing a flash drive, you believe will rectify the situation? No, nothing can rectify this, but it may prevent the next operative from making the same choices I did. It might provide the family with better security than I was capable of. He rose to his feet, leaving the small data storage device on the table. My apologies, Miss Varelli, for whatever value that holds. He then exited before Elena could formulate a response. She remained seated, staring at the flash drive, processing the tactical possibilities. Pursue him, contact Lucienne, or secure the intelligence and withdraw. She seized the flash drive and left. Back at the mansion, she inserted it into a sterile laptop, one isolated from all networks. The contents were extraordinary: security schematics, communication logs, financial ledgers. All the data Reeves had promised and more. It included intelligence on other security vulnerabilities, recommendations for their remediation, and even a list of other IT personnel who might be susceptible to recruitment. It was simultaneously a confession and a detailed systems improvement plan. You went alone. Lucienne's voice from the doorway was sharp, laced with barely contained anger. After every preceding event, you chose to meet with a known traitor, unaccompanied. Elena had anticipated this confrontation. It was a public venue. The risk was minimal. The concept of minimal risk does not exist when dealing with an individual who has already demonstrated profound betrayal. He wished to provide us with this, she countered, gesturing toward the laptop. Intelligence we would have been unable to acquire through any other means. And yes, I took a calculated risk. That is now a component of my operational duties. Your duties do not require you to be reckless. My actions were not reckless. They were strategic. There is a distinction. She stood, facing him directly. You will need to acclimate to the reality that I now make my own operational decisions, including those you find disagreeable. Even those which place you in a state of elevated risk. Especially those. That is the fundamental nature of this existence. It is comprised of danger, of risk, of making choices with no viable outcome. You have engaged in this behavior for years. Now it is my turn. The subject, Lucian, exhibited signs of severe agitation, running a hand through his hair. I just regained you. I am not psychologically prepared for your loss. You are not losing me. You are accepting my evolved identity. She initiated physical contact, taking his hands. I require you to demonstrate the same trust in my capabilities that I have in yours, to believe I can manage my own security, even when it induces a state of terror in you. It is a constant state of terror. Excellent. Remain frightened. It sharpens your faculties. She smiled, reflecting his own doctrines back at him. Now come observe the intelligence Reeves provided. It is surprisingly comprehensive. For the subsequent hour, they engaged in a dissection of the files, codifying the intelligence. Reeves had not merely provided a confession, he had produced a complete operational schematic detailing systemic failures and precise methodologies for their rectification. It was the work of a subject desperate for absolution, fully aware that none would be granted. So, what is his disposition? Elena finally terminated the silence. Reeves, he is positioned for summary execution. What is the protocol? The subject's internal monologue revealed deep conflict. He betrayed the collective. Casualties resulted. By every established code, he is subject to termination at our discretion. She remained fixated on the monitor. Yet he is also attempting to remediate the damage he caused. And he delivered intelligence that could prevent significant future loss of life. You are actually contemplating his survival. I am contemplating that we possess options beyond a body bag. Exile is a possibility. We systematically dismantle his entire existence. We ensure he can never re-engage with this enterprise. But we permit him to live with his offspring. Lucian processed the proposal. The council will exhibit extreme opposition. They will demand a violent resolution. Then the council is not informed. We report that he disappeared, presumed dead. The matter is closed. That is an act of mercy, Elena. This environment was not constructed upon a foundation of mercy. Perhaps it is time it was. Her gaze was direct, unwavering. I am not proposing forgiveness for the subject. I am proposing that we elect not to be the agents who add another casualty to the tally. That for this single instance we interrupt the cycle of violence. After a prolonged, significant pause, Lucian issued a single nod. Agreed. We proceed with your strategy. But if he ever reemerges, if he becomes a threat, we will resolve it. Until then, he is sentenced to live with his actions. A punishment in its own right. They disseminated the narrative. Reeves was discovered dead, deposited in the river. The council accepted the report without inquiry. Another liability neutralized. And in a distant location, Thomas Reeves assimilated into a new identity, burdened by the psychological weight of his choices. Elena engaged in self-reassurance, framing mercy as a manifestation of strength, not a weakness. But in periods of minimal stimulation, she would lie awake, contemplating the possibility of a catastrophic error in judgment, if the ghost she had released would return to haunt them. Only the passage of time would provide data. The subsequent weeks were a chaotic period of meetings and high-stress negotiations. The new coalition was implemented incrementally, with each family testing the new protocols, probing for weaknesses. There were escalations, moments of acute tension where the entire structure threatened to collapse. But Elena was a constant presence, mediating, applying pressure, and somehow preventing systemic implosion. The Romano territories were absorbed into a collective management structure. All revenue was partitioned according to the formula Elena had engineered. And slowly, with visible reluctance, the families began to function in a manner that approximated a unified organization. You are actually achieving operational success, Marco noted one afternoon while reviewing the latest reports. I was candidly skeptical of its viability. It was nearly non-viable. It may yet fail. Elena massaged her temples, experiencing profound somatic exhaustion. Castellano is already maneuvering for an increased share. That is his baseline behavior. The mere fact that he is arguing his percentage instead of seizing assets indicates the system is functioning. These are small victories. Elena was beginning to conclude they were the only kind of victories available. Amidst this operational maelstrom, her pair bond with Lucian intensified. They secured their own apartment, removed from the main compound, but contained within its security perimeter. It was their sanctuary, an escape from the relentless pressure of their occupation. They began to learn the rhythms of each other's domestic patterns. Elena discovered Lucian exhibited obsessive behavior regarding his coffee and was functionally incompetent in a kitchen. He learned she required absolute silence for cognitive tasks and maintained a clandestine collection of antique books. They conflicted over strategy, over risk assessment thresholds, over future planning. But they also experienced periods of positive effect, engaged in aspirational dialogue, and began constructing something that presented as potentially stable. One night, recumbent in bed following a council meeting that had devolved into chaos, Elena finally verbalized the question consuming her. Do you believe any of this is creating a meaningful change? Objectively, what are you referring to? All of it. The coalition, this new power structure, this attempt to build a system not predicated solely on survival. Are we fundamentally altering the conditions, or are we just improving the aesthetics of the same cage? Lucian remained silent for a moment. My assessment is that we are planting seeds, whether they mature into something superior or simply different. We will lack the data to answer for years. That is not a reassuring prognosis. It is the truth. He drew her closer. But I can tell you what I know with certainty. Before your intervention, this family was in a state of strategic stasis. Surviving, yes, but without forward momentum. You have systematically deconstructed every assumption, challenged every tradition, and forced an evolutionary leap. That is significant. Even if this entire construct fails catastrophically, even then, because we at least attempted an alternative. We did not simply capitulate and accept the established paradigm as immutable. Elena's thoughts turned to her mother, who perished fighting for a better outcome. To her father, who spent a lifetime concealing her from this world rather than preparing her for it. To all the precursors, fighting and dying in a seemingly endless behavioral loop. Perhaps they were genuinely breaking it. Or perhaps they were merely constructing a new one. Whatever the case, they were a unified entity within it. I love you, she whispered, the verbalization still feeling novel despite its repetition. I love you too, even when you are behaving as a reckless lunatic and inducing cardiac distress, especially then. He chuckled, and Elena felt a month of accumulated stress dissipate from her shoulders. The following day would present another sequence of challenges, more impossible choices, more covert threats attempting to dismantle what they were constructing. But for tonight, in this specific locus, all variables were in equilibrium. She had finally ceased her flight behavior, ceased hiding from her own identity and capabilities, and by immersing herself in the darkness of her environment, she had discovered unexpected outcomes: light, a purpose, a home. The empire they were building was deeply flawed. It was a chaotic, dangerous entity, held together as much by sheer force of will as by strategic planning. But it was theirs. That fact altered everything. 6 months post-coalition launch, Elena stood before a large-scale city map, color-coded pins designating territories, operations, and fragile new alliances. What began as a high-risk experiment had started to coalesce into something tangible. Not perfect, far from it. Conflict still arose, moments where historical animosities threatened to poison the entire system. But it was functioning. It was expanding. The Santos family is petitioning to expand into the northern distribution corridors, Marco reported, working through the latest requests. Their argument is that demographic shifts justify a larger territorial claim. Ni. And what does the data indicate? Elena inquired, her focus fixed on the map. Their position has merit. The northern suburbs show a 30% population increase in 2 years. However, granting them that route creates a direct operational conflict with the Moretti warehouses. That the route is not granted to them. We broker a mandatory partnership with Moretti. They divide the territory, they divide the revenue. Both families are permitted to capitalize on the growth. Marco recorded the directive. Moretti will react with hostility. Moretti's default state is hostility. He will adapt. Elena finally shifted her attention from the map. What is the next item? Routine matters. Castellano is complaining about his profit margins again. 2 families are engaged in a dispute over a property boundary, and we have intelligence indicating new operators attempting to establish a presence in the east. Define new operators. Are they competitors or a direct threat? It is too early for a definitive assessment, but they possess organization, capital, and are making extensive inquiries into our operational structure. Elena felt a familiar, conditioned neurological alert. 6 months of relative stability had induced complacency. Perhaps too much. Place them under surveillance? I require a complete profile, their identities, affiliations, and objectives before they escalate into a significant problem. Already initiated? Lucian is handling it personally. Of course he was. Lucian had channeled his terrifying intensity into the coalition's security apparatus. Elena was aware he was still acclimating to the new paradigm, still adjusting to resolving conflicts with contracts instead of ballistic force. The transition was not easy for him. On some nights, she would find him standing by the window, scanning the city as if anticipating an imminent attack. But he was making an effort. They both were. Is the list complete? Elena inquired. Your father requires a meeting. He indicated its importance. The subject, Elena, found Dominic in his study, surrounded by the usual fortifications of paperwork. A deviation was noted. He presented with signs of deep psychological fatigue, an exhaustion beyond the remedy of simple rest. You requested my presence? She asked, assuming the patient's chair across from his desk. I have been contemplating the matter of succession, he began, foregoing preliminary pleasantries. A visible clenching in Elena's posture was observed. Dad, allow me to finish. My health is not failing. I am not terminally ill. Realistically, however, the chronological progression is undeniable. The incident with Romano forced a confrontation with my own mortality. He set aside his pen. This organization is a structure of my design, yet what you have accomplished in 6 months. This coalition, these alliances, this entirely new paradigm, it represents a feat I could never have engineered. That is an inaccurate assessment. The foundation was your construction. I constructed the foundation for an obsolete world. You are building for the one that is emerging. It seems appropriate that I remove myself as an obstacle and permit you to proceed without my constant oversight. The statement registered with Elena as a physical impact. You are retiring, transitioning. I will remain accessible for counsel for any support required. However, the operational command, the strategic direction, the family's entire trajectory, that is now your responsibility. And Lucian's, you have validated your claim to it. Elena experienced a blockage in her throat, a psychosomatic response to the transfer of power. I am at a loss for words. State your intention to continue building. State that you will imbue all this with a purpose beyond mere survival. A smile formed on Dominic's face, a complex expression conveying warmth, sorrow, and pride simultaneously. Your mother's pride in you would be immense. My primary regret is her absence, her inability to witness the woman you have become. I share that regret. A period of nonverbal communication ensued, the subjects allowing the silence to articulate the emotional weight of the moment. The chamber felt saturated with historical anxieties and the pressure of future uncertainties. Finally, Dominic rose, moved to a safe concealed by a generic painting, a cliché of the genre, and retrieved a container for Elena. This belonged to your mother. Her wish was for you to possess it when you were prepared. The box contained a ring, a simple diamond setting Elena recognized from archival photographs. It was a constant on her mother's hand. She once confided that this ring symbolized a choice, Dominic stated, his voice lowering in tone. She had an opportunity to egress, to abandon your father in this entire pathological system, but she remained. She committed to a conflict for something she deemed worth the ultimate price. His gaze then fixed on Elena. You have made a parallel decision, and it is my belief she would want you to hold that awareness. Elena fitted the ring to her finger, a perfect fit. This was expected. It had been waiting. Thank you. Do not thank me. Instead, promise you will be more astute than we were, that you will construct something not dependent on violence for its existence. I promise. Later that night, the subject located Lucien, who was engrossed in surveillance feeds. His expression shifted immediately upon seeing her, from one of professional vigilance to one of personal concern. Are you all right? Marco informed me your father summoned you. He is stepping down. He's transferring control to us. A state of complete stillness overtook Lucien. The transition will be gradual over the next several months. He intends to formalize it at the upcoming council session. Elena approached, presenting the ring for his inspection. He gave me this. It was my mother's. Lucien took her hand, examining the artifact. It appears correctly placed on you. My father said she chose this life, fully cognizant of the cost, of its inherent irrationality. She committed to it because she believed the struggle was justified. Elena established direct eye contact with him. I contemplate that, the calculus of what is worth the price. I believe what we are building. It is not without flaws. It is not secure, but it has meaning. It has the potential to persist beyond our own lifespans. She interlaced her fingers with his. My father also posed a question to me. He asked if we had considered making our arrangement official. Lucien's stoic demeanor fractured. Have we? You raised the subject 6 months ago. You spoke of a future where my role was not limited to being your partner in criminal enterprise. I recall your response was eventually. I have been anticipating eventually. Elena's cardiac rhythm accelerated. What if eventually has arrived? He rose slowly, framing her face with his hands. Is this your inquiry or is it mine? Is the distinction meaningful? Not in the slightest. He kissed her, the contact both gentle and resolute. Yes, to all of it, to us, to permanence, to constructing this life. Even with the knowledge that it will be a complex, perilous, and certified disaster. Especially because of that, I have no desire for simplicity. Elena, I require authenticity. I require you. She drew him closer, feeling a sense of psychological alignment solidify within her. This was the correct path. It was terrifying, deeply flawed, and absolutely correct. The announcement was made at the next council meeting. The responses were varied. Santos exhibited genuine approval. Moretti's expression suggested the ingestion of an acidic substance, while Castellano's shrug indicated the outcome was predictable. Crucially, there were no objections, which in this social structure is the equivalent of a unanimous endorsement. This alters the power dynamics, Castellano observed. The Varelli family's influence increases substantially with you two co-leading. It also solidifies the leadership structure, Santos countered. A clear line of succession, a unified command. This benefits the entire collective. Provided the power does not induce megalomania. It will not, Elena stated, her tone unyielding. Because our objective is not to build an empire. Our objective is to build something sustainable, a system that functions for everyone, not solely for us. The session then reverted to standard procedure. New crews from the east, territorial disputes, profit distribution. Elena and Lucian operated as a single, perfectly calibrated unit. They had developed a symbiotic rhythm over the preceding months, an intuitive understanding of when to apply pressure, when to yield, when to present an impenetrable front, and when to reveal vulnerability. It was not a perfect system. Conflicts still arose. Strategic disagreements were inevitable. But they had developed protocols for constructive confrontation, challenging one another without causing structural damage to the partnership. After the meeting, as the attendees dispersed, Santos requested a private word with Elena. "Do you have a moment?" They located a quiet area. Santos's demeanor was uncharacteristically grave. "I have a warning for you," he said, his volume reduced. "The new elements from the East. I've conducted inquiries. They are supported by foreign capital, Eastern European, Russian syndicates. This is not simply a matter of competition, Elena. This is a methodical invasion." Elena experienced a visceral coldness in her abdomen. "What is your confidence level in this intelligence?" "Sufficiently high that it is disrupting my sleep patterns. They are acquiring real estate, recruiting from our territories, establishing infrastructure. These are the strategic indicators of a long-term hostile takeover." Santos looked directly at her. "Your coalition is an admirable concept, Elena, but it has also placed a large target on you. By uniting the families, you created an asset of significant value, and there are predators who perceive that asset as a prime target for acquisition. What do you advise? Mit. Reinforce your external security protocols. The coalition is effective at preventing internal conflict, but you require a unified military force to address external threats. That force was needed yesterday. Elena felt the familiar psychological weight of her position descend upon her. They had dedicated 6 months to establishing a fragile internal peace. Now they faced the possibility of preparing for total war with an external entity. "I appreciate the intelligence," she said. "I appreciate you hearing me out. Many bosses would not have." A faint smile touched Santos's lips. "You are proficient at this, you know, more so than most of us are willing to state publicly." That evening, Elena disclosed the full situation to Lucian. Positioned at their dining table, with the city's lights below, they began to draft a war plan. "Intelligence acquisition is the priority," Lucian stated. "We must verify Santos's information. We need to identify these individuals, assess their capabilities." "I concur," But we must also prepare the other families. If this threat is legitimate, we cannot confront it in isolation. Some will resist. Moretti will frame it as a power grab. Castellano will demand empirical proof before committing a single soldier. Then we will provide him with proof. We will document every action, construct a case so irrefutable that it cannot be denied, and we will present it to the council. Elena massaged her temples. This is precisely the scenario I feared. We construct one stable, functional thing, and the world mobilizes to tear it down. That is the fundamental nature of our reality. The only variable that has changed is that we now possess something worthy of protection. Lucian reached across the table, his hand covering hers. We will resolve this together. Over the subsequent 3 weeks, their sole focus was intelligence gathering. Lucian's network corroborated all of Santos's claims. The Eastern Crew was a legitimate, well-funded organization methodically embedding itself into the city's ecosystem. Their lack of discretion suggested extreme confidence or profound arrogance. Elena convened an emergency session. She presented the entire case file, documents, surveillance footage, financial trails. A profound silence fell over the room as the gravity of the situation permeated the collective consciousness. "This is a more severe threat than Romano," Marco observed, his voice devoid of emotion. "Romano was an internal malignancy. This is a foreign army at our borders." "What is their objective?" Castellano asked. "Total annihilation," Lucian responded. "They intend to eradicate us, seize our enterprises, our territories, our networks. They perceive our coalition as a weakness. Too many decision makers. They believe we are vulnerable for conquest." "Are we?" Moretti challenged. "Only if we allow them to maintain that perception." Subject Elena moves to the tactical map. The proposal is a textbook case of leveraging an external threat to consolidate internal power. Her framing, surviving, is a calculated appeal to the primal fears of the other family heads. The ensuing arguments are merely surface phenomena. Moretti's complaints about cost and Castellano's anxieties over autonomy are rationalizations for a deeper, more visceral conflict. The terror of surrendering sovereignty to a new central authority, even one of their own creation. "We have a choice," she stated, a classic psychological ultimatum designed to sever the debate. Break apart, or stand as one. She forced a binary choice between isolated annihilation and collective survival. Her addendum, "Then we lose together," reframed failure not as an individual disgrace, but as a shared, noble sacrifice, thereby making the inherent risk more psychologically palatable. The unanimous vote was not an expression of unity. It was an exhibition of fear-based cohesion. The mobilization that followed was a predictable, hyper-adrenalized response to a credible existential threat. The subject entered a state of prolonged hypervigilance, functioning for 20-hour periods on a regimen of caffeine and adrenaline. Her deduction of an internal security breach was a logical response to the enemy's seemingly precognitive countermaneuvers. Her decision to pivot from a defensive to an offensive posture marks a critical psychological shift. It represents a move away from a reactive, victim-based mentality toward a proactive, predatory one, an attempt to impose order on a chaotic system. Presenting the offensive to Lucian was an exercise in strategic alignment. His initial reaction registered the plan's aggressive designation, a first strike. She immediately reframed the action as a disruption of the enemy's operational cycle, forcing them onto the defensive. It's a fundamental strategic reversal. His assessment, brilliant, terrifying, signaled his concurrence. His inquiry into her strategic development was met with an attribution to his tutelage, a gesture that reinforces their symbiotic power dynamic and codependency. The operation commenced 3 days hence, a campaign of synchronized strikes designed not to annihilate, but to psychologically disorient. The primary goal was to sow chaos, forcing the adversary to reveal their defensive posture and shattering their assessment of the coalition as an easy mark. The blowback was predictably swift and severe, an escalation of conflict. For 2 weeks, the city existed in a state of urban warfare. The subject herself functioned with minimal sleep, managing the tactical fallout and searching for an exit strategy that did not conclude in mass casualties. Lucian managed street-level tactics. She oversaw strategy, a clear division of command. Santos's intelligence that the enemy wished to negotiate triggered a paradoxical response in the subject. Intense relief immediately followed by deep suspicion. The analysis was simple. The adversary's risk assessment had been critically flawed. They had encountered a unified, centrally commanded force, a contingency for which their operational plan had not accounted. The offer, a division of territory, was correctly identified not as a solution, but as a temporary cessation of open hostilities. A strategic pause. This presented an opportunity to reinforce their position and prepare for the subsequent conflict phase. Santos's maxim, taking a draw over a knockout, is a pragmatic evaluation of their diminished capacity. In consultation, Lucian provided the grounding analysis. He articulated the coalition's operational fatigue and the significant human cost, advocating for the truce as the most logical course of action. "It feels like quitting," she noted, expressing the emotional resistance to de-escalation. His counter-argument focused on long-term viability. One cannot build a lasting structure on perpetual violence. His rationale for this shift in perspective was attributed directly to his attachment to her. A fascinating psychological linkage. The negotiations took 3 days. Elena served as the coalition's chief representative, facing Dmitri, the opposing commander. His profile is that of a pragmatic narcissist, capable of reason so long as it serves his interests. His acknowledgement of her impressive machine was a peer-to-peer validation of her power. Their discourse was a clinical transaction of interests. An agreement was reached to partition the city along logical lines, with established protocols for transgressions. It was a fragile peace built entirely on mutual self-interest. Dmitri's declaration, "I'll take profit over principles," succinctly defines the ethos of the arrangement. The signing was a formalized event performed at a neutral site with observers to lend it a veneer of legitimacy. In her report to the council, Elena framed the stalemate as a strategic victory, one that bought them stability in time, a necessary political manipulation. The validation from her father represented a key psychological milestone. His statement, "better than I could have," was the ultimate transference of legitimacy, satisfying what appears to be a long-held need for paternal approval. The engagement party was a small, private affair. It served as a social ritual to solidify the strategic alliance between Elena and Lucian, cementing her power base through a personal and political union. Even Moretti displayed what appeared to be a genuine positive affect. The toast from Santos articulated the core cognitive dissonance of their subculture, a room of violent actors celebrating a normative emotional bond. A toast to love from criminals. The father's subsequent private counsel to Elena provided a final blessing, drawing a parallel to his own 30-year partnership. This exchange appears to have provided the subject with significant emotional resolution. "Thank you, Dad." Her father's final declaration of pride precipitated a complete emotional catharsis, culminating in a prolonged physical embrace. The wedding ceremony 3 months later was notably subdued, a rejection of the grandiose displays common among megalomaniac personalities. The vows exchanged were not romantic hyperbole but a pragmatic contract. Lucian's words were a pledge of absolute fidelity to her and their shared enterprise. "I will always choose you," he stated, the most binding oath possible within their hostile environment. "The same is promised," Elena reciprocated. "And I promise to identify your rationalizations, to compel your growth, and to never permit complacency in our potential. I promise to be your strategic partner in all domains, in our emotional bond, our operations, in constructing an enterprise of substance." Their kiss functioned not as a narrative conclusion, but as a true genesis, the start of a reality neither could have conceptualized 1 year prior. The subsequent year introduced a new classification of conflict. Naturally, the armistice with Dimitri's organization held, but it required the management of a precarious equilibrium. The coalition expanded, absorbing new factions and diversifying into legitimate sectors. Elena and Lucian had to navigate the protocols of being partners and spouses, learning when to maintain operational boundaries and when to permit a strategic bleed-through. They engaged in conflict, they achieved resolution, they made decisions that induced sleep deprivation and celebrated victories whose significance was amplified by the cost required to secure them. Elena's function evolved from managing her own family to administering the entire coalition. She was the mediator, the strategist, the subject tasked with de-escalating latent hostilities that threatened systemic collapse. It was an exhausting, remarkable undertaking, the very function she had been unconsciously training for her entire life. Lucian fully assimilated into his role as the primary enforcer and shield, but with a new level of finesse adopted from Elena's methodology. He learned that psychological pressure and leverage could often prove more effective than ballistic force. Not that he ever shed the latent lethality that commanded compliance. Together, they restructured the family enterprise with a focus on future viability. They channeled capital into legal corporations, established education funds for the next generation, and even engineered pathways for personnel to exit the life if they so chose. "You are altering the entire paradigm," Marco observed to her one day, "making it about more than mere survival." "Is that a liability?" Elena inquired. "No, it's just divergent, revolutionary," he stated with a grin. "Your mother's pride would be immense." The thought of her mother was a constant psychological anchor for Elena, the woman who selected this world, who fought for it, and died in it. Elena wore her ring daily. It was a reminder that choice was the paramount variable. She could have absconded, built an entirely different life, but she chose to remain, to take her inheritance and optimize it. 18 months after their informal engagement during a quiet evening, Lucian finally broached the topic they had mutually avoided. "So, what is our next strategic objective?" he asked. Elena looked up from a report. "Clarify your meaning." "We stabilized the coalition. We neutralized the threat from Dimitri. We modernized the family business. We've executed all stated objectives." He set his own work aside. "But what is the endgame? What do we truly desire beyond maintaining the current state?" It was a critical question. They had been so locked in a survival-oriented mindset. So focused on conflict resolution, they had never formulated a protocol for what peace would entail. I want to expand the legitimate holdings, Elena stated slowly, the concept crystallizing as she verbalized it. Her stated goal, to construct an enterprise that could eventually facilitate their complete withdrawal from illicit activities. Not immediately, perhaps not for a decade, but a viable, long-term exit strategy. It could require a generation or two. Yes, she was aware, but that was the fundamental concept. To build an institution that would persist beyond them, granting their offspring a spectrum of choices they themselves were never afforded. She made direct eye contact. And I require a family, children who can determine their own identities, who are not born with this burden. Lucian entered a state of prolonged silence. I have never genuinely processed the concept of children. I never allowed the thought to form, because, candidly, I never projected a lifespan long enough for it to become a relevant problem. And now? Now it is my primary preoccupation, the kind of father I would be, the pathological world we'd introduce them to, and the ethics of imposing that on a child. My mother did. Your mother did. And observe our psychological outcomes. Elena paused. All right, we are objectively a complete disaster. He emitted a laugh. We are high-functioning disasters. That must have some value. We can provide a better outcome for them. We can build something more secure, something that won't collapse. Grant them the choices we had to bleed for. You are committed to this course of action. I am fatally serious about this. With you, a life defined by more than just surviving the day. Lucian pulled her close, and for Elena, all variables aligned. This was the next objective. They were not just building a business, they were initiating a dynasty, something that transcended currency and control. The intelligence emerged 6 months later. Elena was pregnant. The families exhibited mixed responses, but the consensus was supportive. A new heir signified stability, the continuation of the line, and the possibility that the structure they'd built might actually endure. You are going to be absolutely insufferable for the next 9 months, Lucian told her, knowing she wouldn't reduce her operational tempo, likely planning to run council meetings from the delivery suite. My behavior is not that extreme. It is 100%, and it is one of your traits I find most compelling. And his projection was accurate. Elena, of course, maintained full operational capacity through the pregnancy, managing the coalition and advancing their legitimate businesses. She established trust funds for the children of operatives lost during conflict with Dimitri's organization. She initiated job training programs and scholarship funds. She was laying the foundational structure for a world that bore no resemblance to the one of her upbringing. And then their daughter was born, small, perfect. She possessed Lucian's dark hair and Elena's identical stubborn expression. Everything snapped into sharp focus. She's magnificent, Dominic said, holding his granddaughter as if she were made of spun glass. What is her designation? Isabella, Elena informed him, for my mother. Tears flooded her father's eyes. She would have been so profoundly honored. Holding Isabella, feeling the minuscule, immense weight of this life that was entirely theirs to protect, Elena finally understood her mother's pathology as never before. That compulsion to fight, to risk everything, to build something worth dying for. Because in that moment, Elena possessed something worth living for, something worth subverting the entire world for if necessary. We are going to engineer a better world for her, she whispered to Lucian late one night, observing their sleeping daughter. All of this pathology, the violence, the risk, the impossible choices, we will leverage it to build her a future with options. We will, Lucian affirmed, if it consumes the remainder of our lives. The years that followed were a clinical study in managing multiple high-risk variables. Elena and Lucian raised Isabella while operating a criminal empire, mitigating threats while attempting to broker peace, and honoring the past while accelerating toward a different future. The coalition continued to grow. More families allied with them, attracted by the stability, and a profit-sharing model that was not predatory. Their legitimate businesses continued to expand until their revenue streams surpassed those of all their illegal rackets combined. And with methodical slowness, they began to execute the pivot. They weren't severing ties to their origins completely, but they were constructing an enterprise that could withstand public and legal scrutiny. It was not a simple process. There were operational failures, betrayals, and moments where the entire structure nearly combusted. But the foundation was resilient enough to absorb the impacts. It was built on a framework of trust and mutual benefit, not merely fear-based compliance. 5 years after she first proposed the unorthodox strategy, Elena stood in the same council chamber. She scanned faces she now knew intimately. Some were absent. Moretti had finally retired, his more progressive son assuming his position. New families occupied seats at the table. The entire atmosphere had shifted. But the core of it remained, a room of killers and thieves who had learned, however reluctantly, that cooperation yielded greater profits than internecine conflict. "I have an announcement," Dominic said, speaking now in the capacity of permanent advisor rather than boss. The Borelli family is officially transitioning the majority of its operations into legitimate sectors. We will continue to honor our coalition commitments, but our primary objective henceforth is building a sustainable enterprise for the next generation. The room erupted. Some factions were fully supportive. They could see the trajectory of the external world. Others demonstrated resistance, entrenched in the old methodologies, but none could dispute the empirical results. "This is the next phase," Elena said, once order was restored. "Not just for the Varellis, but for all of us. We can continue to operate according to the old paradigm, fighting, surviving by a thread, remaining one step ahead of federal agencies. Or we can build something tangible, something our children can view with pride instead of something they must escape." "And what about those of us who do not wish to adapt?" Castellano countered. "Then you are not required to. This coalition is not about forcing all units down the same path. It's about providing us all with options, with mutual support, whether you're building a corporate empire or adhering to traditional methods." Elena locked eyes with him. "But I would strongly consider the legacy you intend to leave, what you want to remain when you are gone." The vote solidifying the Varelli family's ascendancy was conclusive. In that moment, the subject, Elena, experienced a cognitive breakthrough, a visualization of the future state she had pursued. This was a reality where her maternal figure's resistance yielded a tangible outcome beyond perpetual conflict. Later, she locates the male subject, Lucian, on a balcony observing the urban expanse. His maturation is noted. Minor retides around the eyes, but his core persona remains consistent with the individual who had previously confessed a long-standing fixation. "We achieved it," She states, initiating physical contact from a posterior position encircling his waist. His query, achieved what? Is met with her clarification. We have engineered a construct of significance, a systemic change to our designated territory. His response, you engineered it. My role was merely non-interference, is a classic deflection, to which she counters, it was a joint construction, it is the model for all our endeavors. She rests her head on his shoulder, a gesture of established intimacy. Do you experience retrospective doubt, she inquires, regarding the selection of this life trajectory with me as opposed to a normative existence? His affirmation is immediate and absolute, every single day. He then observes her shock before clarifying, a calculated move to manage her emotional response. I regret the exposure to danger, the persistent threats, the fear conditioning. Every instance I perceived imminent loss. But the dyad, us, has never been a subject of regret. Her confirmation, good, because it is not for me either, solidifies their mutual understanding. They remain in a nonverbal state of communion, observing their domain. The system they constructed is far from a perfect model. It is a complex, evolving entity, still bearing the markers of its violent origins. Yet it also shows evidence of hope, adaptation, and is founded on a principle more resilient than fear. In another room, the child Isabella is in a state of repose, unaware of the socio-political legacy materializing around her. This child is projected to mature with a range of choices far exceeding those available to her progenitors. The autonomy to either disengage from the system or to escalate her involvement, to innovate, or to adhere to established protocols. This, Alana concludes, is the fundamental objective. Not a state of perfection, simply the existence of possibility. The goal was never an escape from the inherent darkness of their world, but a transmutation of that darkness into a structure capable of supporting light. She had directly confronted the very environmental and psychological stimuli she had spent her life attempting to evade, and in doing so, secured all her foundational needs: attachment, purpose, a sense of place, a partnership that amplified rather than diminished her sense of self, a life defined by more than mere survival. What is the subject of your thoughts? Lucian queries. That my initial assessments were flawed on multiple counts. Regarding the nature of strength, the requirements of love, the true metrics of a worthy conflict. She reorients to face him. But my assessment of you, of us, was accurate. He initiates a kiss, an action confirming their bond, and Elena registers this truth at a somatic level. This was the paradigm, the one her mother had chosen, and the one she had subsequently ratified. The choice was not predicated on simplicity or safety, but on the principle that certain outcomes justified the associated risk. They had erected a power structure on a foundation of mutual trust and operational synergy. It was built on the anomalous hypothesis that power need not be corrupting, that emotional attachment can coexist with mortal danger, and that subjects are capable of profound change when presented with sufficient motivation. This outcome does not align with the romanticized narratives of her childhood. It is superior, it is real, it is flawed, and it was secured through intense struggle. It validates every ethically ambiguous choice that led them to this point. Within a world governed by control and fear, they had manifested an alternative. Two individuals who refused to dissociate from their identities or their creations, who reaffirmed their selection of each other on a daily basis, particularly under duress. They serve as a case study, demonstrating that love and power, that empathy and brutality, that hope and harsh reality can all be contained within the same psychological space. They have reshaped their sphere of influence into an environment that can foster positive growth. In this process, they discovered more than a survival strategy. They found a core purpose. They do not merely possess an empire, they have a home. The city is laid out before them, a landscape of equal parts potential and peril. But Elena's chronic anxiety has resolved. She has internalized the lesson that the most courageous act is not evasion of a threat. It is to hold one's ground, physically connected to the partner who acknowledges every facet of your psychological profile, including the fractures, and affirms their attachment regardless. She had built an empire, certainly, but of far greater clinical significance, she had constructed a life of meaning with a partner, and with a bond that proved resilient to the encroaching darkness. And that outcome holds a value superseding all other metrics.